It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. A few of you. I know there's a few other streams streaming at the minute. Some interesting stuff on the go. It's not as if the Gravity Chungus hasn't been around for ages. Doing exactly this, explaining things. So, I mean, if that's what you're after, you probably haven't come here for that, have you? But yeah, other people are streaming, and thank you for being here. We haven't really got much for special for tonight. We're still setting up the Arc Discord, the Arc game server. But I have got a few points that I wouldn't mind going over. Apparently, I've been told by someone, I don't know who, but listening to other things, apparently it's the year of the reference plane. Really weird. I decided to go over the logic today, and then like we put on the Logos thing there from Buster, and you could see you can see in that video that it's got the argument, the horizontals being parallel, which actually proves that the Earth's not flat. But it seems like the flat earthers want to take it on, which is great. But, you know, somebody should point out to them that that's how you prove it's not flat. Not that how you prove it is flat. But hey, that's where we are. We're at 2023. People are making realizations about things. The geometric understanding of how we view our reality. I mean, in our understanding of what we consider reality to be, there are a few steps that we have to go through, which are, you'd say, logical. Like, in order for you to be able to come to a conclusion about something, even within science, strange enough, you have to come up with some sort of a theory, an idea. Normally that idea is sparked by something, right? And that has to occur in reality for you to then come to this making your hypothesis or theory of whatever. That's based upon something. And now that something has to be in reality, right? You can't just make stuff up without having a thing. And like we've been talking today, you know, in YouTube comments and stuff, with people like well, there's a guy called Charles. He goes by the name Flat Earth Math. He's a little bit strange. One of these flat earthers, but he was telling us today that I think he was around on Friday, and we had a chat with him about non-Euclidean geometry as done by the video by Veritasium. Now, he's actually had a chance to watch that video now, and now he's an expert. And what he says is that spherical geometry is, yes, it's a three-dimensional sphere, but it's only the two-dimensional surface of a three-dimensional sphere that they're talking about within this conceptual non-Euclidean framework. So, you know, 3D things that you can envisage as 2D things. I mean, that's the way it is. It is 2023, and science has moved on. It's moved on into your mind, and it allows you to be able to view anything as you want. Because once you take on these things, you can just say you understand them. Because there'd be no way that you could ever have the rhetoric to be able to describe them or anything. You just have to tell everybody that they don't understand it, and they should go and research it for themselves, because nobody else can explain it. And that goes for the entirety of the globe model. It goes for most of modern science, and definitely 100% of all blue marble science, which is the science concerned with the blue marble, the globe, really. If that's what you want to conceptualize the globe, as a blue marble. Only some people conceptualize a globe, frantic bunny ears, as a blue marble. Other people just have it as reality. That's the way they conceptualize a globe, as whatever they see around them. They've never really had to have a communication or conversation about anything surrounding that. But the one thing that we do know, that a plane is flat. That's an understanding that we could all have. Like, geometric plane, i.e. 2D, can be considered in reality a flat surface. Flat Earth Math, Charles, wants you to imagine that a three-dimensional sphere can be conceptualized as a two-dimensional surface, and, well, as we know, we've just explained, the Euclidean two-dimensional plane can be considered flat. I'm not too sure on flat earth maths conceptualization of a three-dimensional sphere into a two-dimensional surface, whether that can be considered flat, which in the understanding of logical reasoning, you could say that there are two different two dimensions, but that doesn't work, because you could have the XY plane, but you could also have the ZX plane or the ZY plane. So there are different orientations of two-dimensional planes, but a two-dimensional plane will always be a Euclidean plane. Yeah, I think you'll really have a job trying to tell people that the Euclidean plane isn't really a plane, because you've conceptualized a ball, a three-dimensional Euclidean sphere, into a two-dimensional plane. God says that the globe only exists in Arwen's dark. Well, I think if you're talking about people who conceptualize a globe, I think you could say that everybody does. Everybody, even everybody in this arena, has a conception of a globe model. A lot of people argue against it, but they don't make concise arguments. They just sort of say, well, it's because there's no rhetoric involved. There is no way for you to describe the globe, Frantic Bunny is. The only way you can describe it is by using Euclidean geometry or Euclidean logic. The rhetoric would be entirely Euclidean for describing reality. I think what they've found out is that Euclidean geometry cannot prove the dogmatic globe. But Euclidean geometry does prove everything right within the book. It all gets proved. All gets proved to be true. Even the straight line gets proved, because the formulation of all of the propositions wouldn't be able to be done if they didn't have the straight line to start off with. Most people would understand the Cartesian coordinate system with straight lines. Now, this sounds ridiculous, somebody having to say about straight lines, but we're in an arena where some of the most experienced sophists are playing, and they will tell you that you don't understand what straight is. I know, I've had it. It seems like Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth debate crew are stepping into the realms of this geometric understanding. But it's a bit hard to go along with it and not come to the conclusion that the Earth is not flat. It's really hard work to go and understand that elevation changes are measured from a horizontal plane on the vertical datum. What they keep saying, the mean sea level proves something. Well, the mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum. I know that some people have convinced other people that it's some sort of a horizontal plane or it has a shape or whatever. It's not. Literally a point on a vertical datum, or just a brass bolt somewhere. You refer all of the other elevations, like in the UK, we refer every elevation referenced to that one point. It's called mean sea level. it doesn't have a shape, mean sea level is just a point. Upsetting for some people, we know, but hey, just reality is reality. Now, we listened to QE last night. Actually, before we get into that, I'd like to say that I think Flatzoid's putting videos out against Sean Hawkins. Now, that's a little bit unfair, because Sean Hawkins doesn't really have a platform to rebut any of these things. So, Sean, like, as we say, we've always stood with Sean Hawkins. And I know Betty wants to bring in a conversation about the circle of the GP of Polaris. And I've said I feel really unease dealing with anything without Sean Hawkins. So it still stands. We stand with Sean Hawkins. And if for me, personally, this is Bev, try thinking. I'm not going to be talking to anybody about Polaris unless Sean Hawkins, the originator of the Polaris Challenge, is here. I do believe that Sean Hawkins has done the most research on the Polaris, just the Polaris Challenge, right? He's invented the challenge. He made the Polaris argument. He's made a video, and he just doesn't get the credit he deserves. So we're offering Sean Hawkins the platform to come and rebut all of these rumours that Flatzoid's saying about him publicly. I mean, Sean, I know we haven't got as big a channel as Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley, but I mean, if they're out there calling you names and calling you different things, Sean, I think it's only fair that we give you a chance to have a rebuttal. So we're here for you, Sean, as always. Anytime you want to come on, tell your friends. I know you'll probably be watching Flatzoid and all of that at the minute. It's a big thing about gravity. It's a thing, really. It's like Sleeping Warriors talking about it. Right, and so we were listening to QE last night, and Brian did a presentation, and he was talking about a grid. Now, this is Logic Night, so let's go back to that. In our understanding, when somebody says grid, what does that mean to people? Like, I mean, what does it really mean? Let's have a think about it. I don't really like doing this because I end up giving too much stuff away. I like people to make this realization on their own. So I normally like to lead people through the chain of events or the questions that you would ask. I do believe if anybody was watching QE last night and seeing me ask Brian, it never got answered. I don't believe anybody can ever answer it, because I don't think people know what Brian was on about last night. So if you're talking about longitude and latitude and say there's a grid, normally, for me anyway, understanding of a grid would be two straight lines perpendicular to each other, and that just repeating pattern forms the grid. Like you've seen it in grid paper, graph paper, Cartesian coordinates. That's what the understanding is. Well, Brian was talking about a grid, but he's not talking about squares. He's talking about circles. It's a circle grid. The squaring the circle, circling the square, one or the other. He's come up with a different grid that involves circles. Now, I don't know how he ended up there, but he has. Probably something to do with the dogmatic model and just talking to people and allowing a rebuttal to a nonsense develops this idea of a circular grid. I don't know where it came from. And I know if you're listening, Brian, I don't mean to laugh, but it sounds ridiculous. And I'm guaranteed you can't explain it because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you can't have a grid and then not have any angles between grid lines. Oh, Gords, I told you should come into the Discord. If anybody does want to come in, right, this is where we're at. We are on Discord. We do this sort of stuff all day. Mainly we've been gaming for a fair bit. So if you like gaming and you like testing your PC to make sure it's got an up-to-date graphics card and all of that sort of stuff, then come into Discord. But the On The Level Discord is it's a group of people, right, that like straightforward talking, honest conversation, and yeah, fair play within games. We need well, we don't actually need any more people or anything, but if you do want to come in and have that, you know, if you think that's the sort of thing that you're after, and you're not after these circular conversations and people shouting at each other and bickering, I'm not going to say arguing anymore because I don't think they know what an argument is, and that's pretty embarrassing for a group of people that pretend to be debaters. And if Adam or QE or Nathan Oakley or Brian wants to come and have a chat about anything that they're talking about, I'd love to have a proper conversation about things. But it you know, over the few years that we've been talking, it doesn't appear that certain people are able to have those sort of conversations. It's pretty simple. Brian did a presentation last night and about a grid, but all the time he's talking about circles while saying grid. I don't understand it. Doesn't seem to make any sense. Bet Sean Hawkins would be able to sort that one out. Grid lines. Are grid lines straight lines? Are all grid lines straight lines? Are only some of them straight lines? What do you think? Hey. Thank you very much for joining us, like I say. And yeah, we do try and talk sense, but I mean it requires some sort of a conversation. And I think for years nonsense has won within this arena, but people seem to enjoy the nonsense. I think they've become accustomed to it. Sort of the fact that the education system has prepared you for taking on the words of authority, telling you that everything's already been done. You don't need to really do anything, but we're all individuals and you do actually need to do it all. If you don't come and try thinking about things for yourself and imagine everybody else is doing it for you, then you're never really using that muscle, the brain muscle And that's the one thing that you're always with. You are always with yourself. That internal voice that speaks to you, tells you to do things. That nobody else is in control of that. Or you want to hope that nobody else is in control of it. If somebody else is in control of that voice that tells you what to do, then you're in a world of pain. Other people are able to manipulate you. And when that comes a manipulation through knowledge, through what you know, that's really dangerous. What's that got? If that were true of us, we would never have found you. Well, I mean, I'm only here because I had to document whatever was being said and going through, right? People were literally, people were calling me horrible things. I just had to document it all so people can see what we were going through. Because I'm pretty sure other people are going to go through it. Very much similar sort of thing. There are groups of people out there that will literally call you a child abuser. And they'll call you that for thinking for yourself. For spotting contradictions within models. Loads of people have to accept contradictions. It's so bad. 2023, where people can berate people for having thoughts, asking questions that you know that can't be answered. And also as well, we've got I know we were talking about flat earth math earlier. He's in a YouTube chat, if you know, in the comments underneath the videos. He says he's hidden on my channel as he writes a comment in YouTube on my channel saying he's hidden because he thinks there's two different sorts of being hidden, but he calls it banned. He says banned because they like to dramatize things overly. Because, I don't know, they've not really got anything else to think about or talk about. Whereas we're trying to do this simple understanding of straight lines. And I thought we'd sorted it, but Brian's logic's talking about grids. And he's not talking about straight lines. Grids. Let me see if I can find a thing. I had a few of these comments this morning. What they do is they must live in a different time zone, so they come and they write stuff early in the morning, and then they leave it for the rest of the day. There is some pretty good news. Well, pretty good news. Pretty new thinking coming from Betty. Developing in the minute, you know, because I'm not too sure whether they have the ability to push this. But Betty's saying that the GP of Polaris is a circle of defined dimensions. He's saying that when you measure an angle to Polaris, you know, and you are directly underneath it, it's dead hard to do this, that you would measure an angle of 89.2 degrees or something like that. Not 90 is the question thing. You'd have to wait for a certain time for it to be in a certain place. And as such, it travels around in a circle relative to what time it is. Now, I think Brian was talking about some sort of a clock, a grid, a clock grid. If you've never heard of one of them, you'll have to ask Brian, because I don't understand what it is either. But there's experts that are around here. I mean, I just live in reality. These models that people have, I'm not an expert in them at all. I like to keep my proofs within reality. Like I've always said, these dogmatic models have no proofs. There is no proof of a flat earth, and there is no proof of the dogmatic globe model. There is a proof that the globe model is dogmatic by showing you a contradiction inherent to the model. I can do that. I think most people can do that. And when most people say, well, it's not a globe, the words, what is a globe? For you to say it's not something, you should be able to formulate a modus tollens to say not that, not Q, therefore not P. But does anybody? I mean, everybody knows it's not a globe, right? It's not the dogmatic globe because they've got no proof. And if you've got no proof of something, then you can't make a definite statement that it is globe. You can say it is globe. But, I mean, it's not really an argument. It's just a statement, like we all say. Right? Everybody knows it's a globe. But the question is, how do they know it? Do they have the rhetoric to have the ability to tell you how they know it's a globe? I'd say that the globe, if the globe is reality, then every proof within reality must be part of the globe. You can't separate proofs in reality from the thing that you're going to call reality. And if people just say, well, reality is like to encompass the whole thing, let's just go with globe. Let's call it a globe. Well, I mean, they've done that. It's easy, dead easy. You've been led to believe that there's some sort of a battle that goes on between globe and flat. Well, let's define them first, because it's dead easy to define flat. Geometric term, it's equal to a plane. If there's any deviation from the plane, then not flat. Simple. The other one is the globe. Well, what's the globe? If you're going to define the globe as a Euclidean ball, a sphere, well, that's falsifiable too. Anyone can do that. But if you're going to say that the globe is reality, and this is where the word usage comes in, then how do you fight against that? You can only prove it, and you can only prove things within reality with proofs. And every proof within reality must help you prove the globe. If the globe is reality. But people don't want to have the conversations about these things because they've already set up Beddy's side rule. Two combative sides, but it's a false dichotomy. There's the other side. There's the one that everybody forgets about. Reality. Reality is the one that everyone forgets about. That's where proofs are, where proofs exist. Not within any of the ridiculous models that people try and push onto people. Yeah, it does. It may sound strange. It may take you a while to get used to it, but it's all about the usage of words and the identity of what it is. Globe says nothing. It doesn't have a definition of anything. Because most of these things that you have a conception of, you've put that image in your mind already. There's a lot of things that happen within statements and stuff. Right, check this out. This is something that we went over today. Can you see that? This is a message or a tweet from Eric DeBay, and it says 12 pictures of the sun each month, same place, same time. And I said, can we get a fact check on that? And I don't know whether people understood what we were talking about. But he says, this Eric DeBay's only wrote a few words, right? It's a few pictures on there. It says 12 pictures of the sun each month, same place, same time. Well, count them. There's not 12. It doesn't matter what else he said. That's a lie. Easily falsifiable. This guy has just lied to you. Whether on purpose or not. It's ridiculous. There's 13 pictures there. Not 12. So you've got to be really careful. Most flat earthers are probably trying to deceive you. Because it's definitely not flat. And there's 13 pictures there, not 12. But that's how easy it is. If you pass that by and show it to your friends, say, oh, isn't that good? Look at that. The sun's moving. Eric DeBay's just sold you a lie. Gadget Inspector. But unless you're skeptical, you know, you may not be prone to fact checking those sort of things. But I believe that's flat earth. If you take it on that this guy's told you that there's 12 pictures there, you can quite easily believe that there is and carry on with your day. But if you check it and find out there isn't 12 pictures there, then what does that tell you about the man? He probably didn't even check it himself. I would suggest he used the lunar months, but I don't know whether Eric DeBay would know that. Because you'd need to have a central one as well, wouldn't you? You can't have that with 12. So you need an odd number to have a central one, which Eric DeBay should have known that too, but apparently not. I don't think that's right, Paige. I don't think to believe is easy. I don't think it's been trained. I think you've been sent through the education system to accept a belief. It's not that it's easy, it's that you've been trained to accept these beliefs. You've been trained to look at shadows, and people like Eric DeBay, like Nathan Oakley, like Flatsoid, like Beddy, Bob the Science Guy, they want to become these shadow giants casting the shadows, so other people just take them on. Well, don't take them on. Be one of those people that checks it. If he says there's 12 pictures, make sure there is 12 pictures. Doesn't matter what the rest of the information is about. If he's not being truthful about the amount of pictures that he's put, how could you say that the rest of it's truthful? What's he trying to do? He's trying to put one past you. I think it's more deceptive, right? Because for you to understand this equals, even, symmetrical, you wouldn't have the one on its own, the outlier in the center. That wouldn't make any sense. Well, not to me anyway. That's why I looked. Deceptive. And you've got to be aware of this sort of stuff. The only way you can be aware of these sort of things is to have a logical understanding, because it's logic that speaks to you in the background. It was logic that said to me, count them. There's something not right there. Doesn't look right. And there you go. When you count them, you find out Eric DeBay either made a mistake or he's not being truthful. Hard to tell. He'll never have to justify it. He's not out here making comments on YouTube videos that people can rebut. He doesn't have an open Discord channel that you can just enter to ask him, to clarify these sort of things. And more than likely he'd say, well, you know what I meant anyway. Stop being so picky with your semantics. That's what a lot of people say about these sort of things. Yeah, they say, well, Paige, how do you know? But somebody has told him, and he hasn't took the tweet down and redone it. Sorry, I mean, it's still there. And whenever anybody does those sort of things and leaves them there, that only says one thing to me. It's just adding to the stuff that you have to process for yourself. You would be the one to justify why Eric DeBay made a mistake. Well, he just made a mistake, and it doesn't make any difference to what he was saying, other than the fact that it's not right. And maybe he doesn't know. There you go, there's another one. Maybe it was just an honest mistake, or maybe somebody told him to do it and he just did it. Maybe somebody told him, here's 12 pictures. And he just blindly repeated it. But it's pretty obvious that Eric DeBay, didn't have that internal voice that said, wait a minute, something's not right there. Who do you speak to? Do you let Eric Debye, or maybe even Newton, maybe Ruhif, or Nathan Oakley, QE, Blue Marble Science, maybe Flat Earth Math. Maybe you allow them their odd mistakes that they made because you knew what they meant, even though it didn't seem like they knew what they meant, but you did. So you can fill in the gaps for them, and then you can imagine that they knew what you were doing when you were filling the gaps in. But it may not be the same thing that they were actually saying. But you can imagine that you said the same thing and you knew what they meant when they meant to say something and got it wrong. Yeah, Paige, we did sort of watch that, Ruhif. It's a joke, Ruhif trying to do geometry with people on a... he was rebutting flat Earth with geometry. And if there's one thing we've learned, the Euclidean geometry can falsify the dogmatic globe model. That's simple. We know that. There are many different things because Euclid has proofs, and just about every one of them can falsify the dogmatic globe model. Yet Ruhif went on Gerrans last night to do a thing all about geometry and nobody ever called him for it because nobody's ever been to this area. There's only us, I think. And while everybody else, like Nathan Oakley and Brian, have just sort of entered their geometric understanding stage, they've got all of this to come. We've done it all already.
Understand what a plane of reference is.
Yeah, the plane of reference. Plane of reference that you measure it to be not flat from is what they're going to use for the proof of flat. Good old flat earthers. Putting the foot in the mouth once again, or shooting their own foot. Doesn't really matter. They're meant to be ridiculed, obviously, because if they weren't meant to be ridiculed, they wouldn't have so many ridiculous people. Come on. Do you watch all of that sort of stuff, Paige? I can't do it anymore. People say you should keep involved and all of that in it. It's like, I know, I'm absolutely certain that everyone in this arena has no proof for their models. Either side, doesn't matter. Both sides have forgotten about reality. And neither of them want to consider it. They don't even want to entertain an argument about reality. So fixated are they on their own models. It's ridiculous. Sorry, Rob, go on. You agree?
Yeah, I agree, because that's why I stopped claiming a model, and I just use the term flat Earth as a talking point to get the conversation started.
You're not finding
But then
you've
I
lost
tell
the conversation.
what's flat? Yeah, but what is flat? Nothing's technically flat. Even the water they look at isn't flat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a visual surface condition. Providing you don't measure it at any scale, you can say something's flat. But the moment you attempt to measure, you're going to find that your definition of flat is a little bit not flat. It's one of those tricky words, is flat. Yeah. Eric's been having a good conversation. I've been watching some of that stuff, Eric. It's been pretty good fun. Talking. It becomes so difficult, doesn't it, when you're talking to people about these, I don't know, just facts. The old moniker of the try thinking. It was a message to myself to remember that I have a son and he relies on, he's going to rely on understanding. But the understanding, the logical understanding that I can give him comes with a really, I don't know how to explain it. That it's almost as if it's a curse using a logical thought process, because this particular arena that we're in, nobody wants to use logic. And even when you go out and you try to talk to people about these sort of things, there's something that takes over when you're having this conversation. And I always try, Rob, to not bring up a model, not even as a talking point, because I believe once you bring that model in, whether you bring it in or they bring it in or they're triggered into remembering about a model or something, you've lost the conversation and it turns into a dogmatic battle of something. Not, in fact, people just shut down. They just don't want to have the conversation. Their eyes glaze over. So this sort of thought process isn't for everyone. I don't blame people for not wanting to go through the thought process. Let's see if I've got some more of these pictures we got. There we go. This one's Brian's logic. Are you saying a grid can't be circular? What does everybody think about that? Can a grid be circular? I'll phrase it in a different way.
Maybe it can be, but Cartesian cannot. If it is a grid, it is not Cartesian.
Yeah, my understanding of grids is square grid. I don't see how you can have a grid any other way. Can't have a circular grid, can you?
I would say you can, but I don't know how it works in English, but generally things like lattice are perpendicular, but I don't know.
See, Brian's talking about like a dartboard. Would you say a dartboard is a grid?
I don't know this thing, so I cannot compare.
Oh, well, Brian's talking about longitude and latitude being a grid.
Yes, he's talking about circle.
Yeah.
Generally. So circle.
And my answer would be no. You would not look at a dartboard and think grid.
Yeah, or a clock.
Definitely not. So that's the problem with these things. As always, words mean things, right? So when you say grid, straight lines, perpendiculars, that's a grid.
Yeah, that's why I made my language restriction, because I don't really know how this word grid works in English. if it is restricted to some ideas, or maybe it is transitive. You can transpose that into different meaning. I don't know. So that's why I cannot speak for that.
Yeah, this is the idea of how words and their association get used. So you hear grid and you automatically think graph paper, you know, coordinate grid, like in maps. They're squares. So you hear circular grid, your brain, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, would put circles within those squares and just have a row of circles upon a row of circles. And you would call that a circular grid. Because you're still associating the square grid, but you're just putting circles there instead of squares.
Yeah, if it were me, I had to force an imagining of a circle grid, I would say take a piece of graph paper and cut it into a circle. That's about as close as. But my brain would tick, like my brain would tweak at me, going, "What does that mean? What is he?" There's no understanding there. You say, "Show me a grid," and someone's going to draw a tic-tac-toe thing. There's a grid, tic-tac-toe. Everybody knows tic-tac-toe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mike's put the
that's a grid.
things up there. Just Google it. Check it for yourself. No mention of circles.
But you see, this arena demands it, doesn't it? Yeah. This arena demands something like a circular grid. Well, so be it. If your monad, right, your particular monad, if that's the one you worship, whichever one it is, requires that, then it requires that. Hey, but don't conflate that with reality, because it's not.
Yeah, that's what I consider, and I don't want to be putting this on Brian's logic, but he was the one who was saying this last night. This circular grid is something that Brian has made up in order for him to fit some sort of a framework that he's had, so he can place it there and carry on with his thought process. He's got a model. The model's dictating what he imagines a grid to be, and he's made a circle into the grid somehow. And the best that you're going to get is a question from Brian that says, are you saying a grid can't be circular? Yes. Yes, Brian, I am. Where does that leave you? Are you just going to ask again, are you saying a grid can't be circular? Yes, I am. A grid is made up of straight lines, perpendicular to each other, or maybe diagonal grid, or, you know, but they're straight lines. But, I mean, what's everybody else think? Is everybody else willing to be able to put a framework of a circular grid without an understanding? Because there's not really any mathematical way you can reference that understanding of grid. It's just word association. You've just associated a circle with the word grid. I can't even allow myself. I'll just stick to the stuff that, you know, you can work out for yourself. But I'm not really willing to be dictated by people as to what a grid is. Nor do I think that I have to conceptualize what other people are imagining when I can't fitted into any framework within reality for myself. This is Logic Night. Hump Day. Spherical caps of circles. And if you're the lines of your grid network have a relation to each other, if some of the lines are circular, what's the relationship between a straight line and a circle? Anyone know? How would you relate a diameter to a circle within a grid?
This is pi, obviously. So yes, this relation is called number pi.
Don't forget, you're trying to call it a coordinate grid. So how would you relate the diameter to the circle?
If I'm thinking about diameter and this and the circumference, but the circle itself, it's just line on the plane.
Do you think you'd be having chords?
You can have chords, yes, but
would they be part of your coordinate system within your circular grid? There's more problems than there are answers.
I would say that they would be not, because it is useless. Why using circle when you are using straight lines then? This kind of, let's say, grid that Brian's logic is talking about would be just radii and circles or circumferences. But that's it. Well, but circumferences are not chord lines. They are just circles, circumferences. So I cannot say that I wouldn't use chord lines in that grid system, let's say, because why? It is not nonsense. Or you are using perpendicular straight lines, or you are using just circumferences and radii. But this is then you can have only relation with pi. This is only relation and proportion you can establish. But using chord lines, I don't know. You would, if you divide that into sections, you would have octagon or pentagon or hexagon or whatever. But that would be not a circle. I don't know why someone would use that kind of grid, let's say, grid, like octagonal grid. I cannot make any sense of that.
Here we go. Because like I was asking in the chat last night, but it appears that whenever anybody's on QE's thing, they don't bother looking at the chat at all, ever, apart from super chats. I think they only address super chats and never address anything else. Because I was asking Brian last night about the grid that he kept talking about. So this is his explanation. He says, no, concentric circles is how I think it's described. There's no perpendicular as there's no right angles or verticals. How could you have perpendicular without vertical?
You can have perpendicular without vertical. On horizontal plane, you can have perpendicularity.
Yeah, I know. But
So
what he's got here is a grid, but there's no angular reference between the lines of the grid. So how much of a grid is it? How do you reference each of these lines to the other lines if there's no angles or angular representation between the two? What sort of a grid's that?
I can only associate this Gleason's so-called Gleason's map, but it is angles and time, let's say. So this longitude.
But there
and
is no
latitude
angles.
lines.
He said there. There's no perpendicular.
Yes, I agree. Yes, that's why they are angles. In fact,
Got no
because,
angles. If he doesn't have perpendicular because he's got straight lines intersecting circles, he doesn't have any angles. Not just that he doesn't have perpendicular, he hasn't got any.
No, I'm not talking about angles between this radii lines and latitude lines, because I'm not talking about that, because obviously it is a straight line versus a curved line, circle or circumference. I'm talking about it is not an angle, but I am talking about angle between two radii.
Mm.
This is what it is. So distance between two radii is expressed in angle, naturally. So that's it. Nothing less,
that
nothing
leaves
more.
you as a point though, right? The only point reference for your angles is a point.
Yeah, of course, it has to be. Yeah.
It's not much of a coordinate system if it's just reference to a point.
Yeah. Like, yes. So if it is a circle, so of course circle has to have its own center. Yes. So this is reference to that point. Yeah.
Brian said he's going to come. Well, he said he might come at some point, but I doubt it because there's no way he can explain this. It's part of Euclidean, right? When Brian talks of circles and this circular grid, it's entirely within the Euclidean framework. And if you're dealing with the Euclidean framework, then what's up with the Cartesian? That's basically what the Euclidean plane is built upon. And Cartesian coordinates just added X, Y, and Z to the known reference frames of book 11, where he said all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. I mean, that's a geometric statement that I don't know. I don't know how people end up in this position. It sounds ridiculous to me that Brian's logic has ended up in a position where he's contradicting himself, saying contradictory things, but not noticing them. And yet he's called Brian's logic.
I would say that if he wants to call it grid, the circular grid, which in fact is rather not a grid, I would say that these two are completely incompatible. You cannot compare one to another.
So when he says grid, he's giving people a false impression. Just like Eric DeBay saying there's 12 pictures. I mean, it's not the entire truth, but you can imagine that somebody made a mistake and he didn't really mean to say that. It's just the best use of words that he's got that he could use. I mean, 12's close to 13 and a grid's close to a circle, if you want to conceptualize it. You know, he said perpendicular. He said that longitude and latitude are, you know, they're lines and it's forming a grid and they are perpendicular to each other, except when you put them in the framework of Brian's circular grid, he said they're not perpendicular. So how can you have a grid that's formed around perpendiculars of vertical longitude and latitude being perpendicular to each other, but then make the grid and state that they're not perpendicular to each other? There's no perpendicular, as there's no right angles or verticals. Our longitude and latitude, a two-dimensional framework, a coordinate system, are they perpendicular to each other? Brian's logic says, no, they're not.
Yes, and it has implication, because if he calls this a grid, and usually this grid, Cartesian coordinate system grid, is used to measure distances, like on the land or whatever. But this grid, this circular grid, you cannot use that, because you cannot measure with that grid, with this circular grid, you cannot measure distances, because at different latitudes, that would be different distance. Because this is a bigger, let's say, part of, you have bigger circumference. So that would be different distance. So I would say that for measuring distances, it is useless.
Yeah, altering scales of lines and lengths and all of that. It's just, it's foreign, isn't it? It's foreign to what people understand when they hear grid. So to assume that people understand what you're talking about when you say grid and you're talking about circles is totally misleading. So hopefully Brian will come and talk to us about that. These are the sort of things that I don't think many people actually see this. People often have a go at me for being pedantic or semantics. But it's just being precise about the words that you're using. And in order, if you want to portray something to people, then you're better off trying to be more concise with your words. I don't believe that's what Brian's doing here. Now, whether, I don't know, whether he'd like to take a bit of advice to, you know, clear it up in other people's minds, because people do listen to it. There were people listening to QE's thing. Polar coordinate graph paper notebook. There you go. That's where you get it from. That'll be Brian's grid. It's on the grid's in the background, and there's two different grids there. 4 squares per inch grid around. That makes sense, doesn't it? It's 2023. Get used to it. 4 squares per inch grid around. It's nonsense. It's nonsense, but that's what we're getting. Right, check this out. This is Betty. So I'll go on for that. Everybody can look into that for themselves. Here we go. So this is Betty. He came with this morning. And so let's just look at this as it is. He says, here are 3 propositions. 1, a level surface is a horizontal plane. 2, light rays from lights in the sky are parallel. 3, the angle to any light in the sky changes as we move across a level surface. And he says, that's these 3 statements, he calls them propositions. Logically and geometrically, one of the propositions must be false. Do you reckon to that, Paper? Or anybody else? You know, anybody else want to have a pop at it? There are some replies.
Yes, for me at least, the second one is obviously false. And it is within, let's say, any model, because they say that these rays are parallel, but not exactly, because they know that they cannot be parallel. Because if you have object, they say that the sun is bigger than the earth. So if you have object 1 and object 2, and this object 2 is greater than object 1, from edges of this object 2, rays will come by converging to that object 1, because it is smaller. And this is how it is depicted in optics. If you will move away with this object 2, this object 2 will be still greater than object 1. The angle would be closer and closer to parallel, but will never reach parallelism. So it, in fact, in that scenario, and this is scenario which is inscribed into, let's say, heliocentric model, they will never reach parallelism. It means that they are never parallel. They are they say they are close to parallel, but they are not. So you can just dismiss this second sentence by saying that they are not, and Globers know that they are not parallel. So this is easy. Yes, second sentence is obviously false.
Okay, right, but forget about that at the minute. Let's just take what he said. And I know what you've done, and you've done like a lot of people do. I did the do again. Right? He says, here's 3 statements. And then he says, logically and geometrically, one of them has to be false. Why?
It's not I would say that one of propositions must be false. This is, of course, not correct, because...
That's why I asked Betty. The immediate thing that I said to Betty was, can you please explain why one of them must be false? Because this is how sophists work.
Yeah.
People were ready to say one of them was false. But why must one of them be false? Betty made you come up with that one of them was false. Because he said it.
Yes, but my point is that I am dismissing the second sentence, not because it follows from other propositions that it must be.
Yeah, he's not
So
laid them out in a proposition. If this, then this, and this
yeah,
means he's not
I
done
agree.
that. He's just said
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and then he said one of them must be false, logically and geometrically. Well, no.
Yeah, I agree.
Logically, you don't have to say that one of them's false. That doesn't make any sense. That's illogical. To follow
Yes,
Beddy's logic by saying that logically one of them has to be false. Wrong.
yes, because what he is saying is that from first, so if we have two sentences true, therefore the third one has to be false. This is what he is saying. It means that it follows from two sentences, from two true sentences, that the third is, or one of them is false. It means if you have two sentences to be true, the third one has to be false. This is what he is saying.
Well, I've left it up to Beddy to explain why one of them must be false, and he hasn't so far. He has.
Oh, of course.
Beddy hasn't explained why he made the statement logically and geometrically one of the propositions must be false.
Yes, so it is conclusion. And conclusion has to follow from argument, not from three different independent sentences.
Well, he's got three propositions. He's not got one of them as a conclusion. He's got three propositions. It's not even an argument. It's just three random statements that he's told you one of them has to be false. He's not linked them together in any way, other than the fact one of them follows in numerical order from the other. That's it. That's the only link these things have got together.
Yes, that's why it is not P and not Q. There is no antecedent and consequent relationship between these sentences. That's why you cannot conclude that it is true or it is not true from that sentences. So it is, let's say, three non sequitur statements. But he's saying that from these propositions, you can infer that one of them must be not true. This is false.
Yeah, he can't explain why he said that. So he's probably going to listen to this, what we're saying here, and come up with some sort of an excuse tomorrow that will further exclude him from having to answer the question why one of them must be false. And Beddy's never going to say which one he imagines to be false or why he's done that, unless Beddy wants to say that level surface isn't a horizontal plane, and that could make the other two correct, right? But could they all be false?
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Why just one of the propositions? I mean, it makes no sense. Like, that whole thing to me, it's nonsense. It doesn't compute. If you're reading that like me and it doesn't make any sense, then it's because it doesn't make any sense. I can't even imagine why he's attempting to do it. That's what's more fun to me, is why would Beddy attempt to deceive people within this sophistry? And is he trying to deceive people, or is he just a problem with his own mind? Is this the way an illogical mind works?
Yes, so my point was, because I dismissed the second sentence, not from that propositions, because it has nothing to do with two other sentences. So I say that second sentence is false, but it doesn't follow from two other sentences. So in other words, if Baby is saying in that case that if sentence one is true and sentence 3 is true, it has to happen that the second is false. But I say no, because it doesn't follow. I can prove that the second sentence is false, but not because the other two are true.
Well, I would say the first one, a level surface is a horizontal plane. That can be proved within reality, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Right? And the angle to a light in the sky changes as we move. Forget about a level surface. Because I don't know where there are angles being measured across a level surface. Unless you're talking about a light in the middle of a room would change as you're moving across the floor, which would be level surface. Then you could say that's true also. That could be proved truthful statement, right? That's what happens. So if one of them can be proved to be true and the other one can be shown to be true, then the one that's left, which is an outlier, must obviously be the false one. Now, all light from light bulbs does not travel parallel, as can be shown by an angle changing as you move across the floor, if you're measuring an angle to the light in the sky, the light in the top of the room. Now, can you equate that light to a light in the sky?
You cannot, because this is another trick. Because if we are talking about light that we can see, so then we are talking only about this part of light which is incoming to our eye. But in fact, if you have like light bulb, it is going everywhere, in every direction. So the statement is obviously false, because light from the lights in the sky are going everywhere, in every direction. So it means that they cannot go parallel. It's just nonsensical statement. This is trick, because he is talking and they are ballers, let's say. They don't know what they are talking about, in fact, but they are talking, they are trying to talk about only this part of light which is incoming to our eye. And this part, if the object is very, very distant, you can say that it is very close to parallelism. But in fact, in the second statement, there is no such thing as incoming to our eye. He's talking just about rays from the lights in the sky, and they are going in every direction. So this statement is obviously false, because we know that they are going every direction.
Just a thing that Betty, these are the sort of things that we have to I'd say deal with, but to me it shows troubled minds of people stating things that don't actually make any sense. And
Yes,
you can easily dismiss these sort of things.
absolutely. But even this logically and geometrically, one of the propositions must be false. This statement is false.
Only truth is sticking up for Brian's logic. Is that right? Should only truth be? I don't know. Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because Brian's logic is on the Jonah the Scientist debunking site. So I suppose that's why only truth wants to go on about it. What about this? Is a thing that came. This was the 29th of October. You see that?
This supposed satellite or whatever.
No. Study reveals. Let me get it.
Oh, so there is some kind of article.
Yeah. I don't know why they like, because this is it's an article done on the 29th of and it's Yahoo News, so it's trusted. It's on the internet. And if you don't want to click the link, here it is. It says this. It says, humans suck water from ground quickly enough to move Earth's axis, a new study said. Between 1993 and 2010, the tilt of the Earth shifted by 31.5 inches, corresponding with people's worldwide withdrawals of underground water. Researchers published these findings in June in the Journal of Geophysical Research Letters. So it's the tilt. So if the tilt shifted, where's Polaris? Did Polaris shift with the tilt, or is Polaris now even further off than what it was? And how far do you think a tilt of 31? What does it say? 31.5 inches.
But tilt is generally measured in degrees. So what does it even mean? At what distance it was measured?
Well, you know when Betty says it, the circle of the GP of Polaris, perhaps it's just adding 31 inches onto that. The diameter, I don't know whether it's a true diameter or a spherical diameter. As depicted by Bob the Science Guy and his Modus Polens.
For me, this it is just like fake news because it tells you nothing.
What do you mean? Betty's been telling us about the circle of the GP of Polaris.
Yes, but it means that if it is inside of this circle, it means that you cannot notice that. So you
It's
have
31
to believe.
Where do you think they got the 31.5 inches from? They must have measured it. You can't just come up with a number without measuring it, right? This is science. This is modern science, like modern scientists have said. A new study.
For me,
So we could do with having a word with the people who do these studies, just so we could learn a little bit more. Yeah, I think Sean Askin's saying he stands with Sean. I think Sean should be informed about this. Imagine finding out that you've built a challenge around Polaris and now there's a tilt of 31.5 inches. I mean, what's that going to do to your Polaris proof? How far's Polaris away? It's quite a long way, isn't it? How far was that going to put it off if you get 31 inches? And do you reckon that 31 inches is referenced to the other end of the diameter or maybe the radius? Because, I mean, that's twice as much, isn't it? It's quite a lot, 31 inches over a radius as opposed to a diameter.
For me, this sentence that humans suck water from the ground quickly enough to move Earth axis is just nonsense because, okay, but it is vaporizing and then it is going back to as the rain back to Earth. So what's the problem? Because I cannot connect this as how it is the cause of anything. This sucking, because this is supposed cause of this tilt that humans, but only humans. So if someone else is sucking water from the ground, it would supposedly not cause the tilt. Only when humans doing that.
Yeah, well, wasn't the tilt already there?
It should be because
Right, because
humans
Polaris.
not.
No. Well, it's meant to be pointing at Polaris, and there was already a tilt there. Right? Not because of water, people turning the taps on, extracting groundwater or anything like that. But the tilt was already there. So what they're saying is the scientists have worked out that according to the original tilt, which obviously they knew where that was, and they've referenced it at 31 inches, 31 and a half inches, sorry, you don't want to miss out that vital 0.5 of an inch. They must have referenced it from one to the other. Now, I would have said beforehand, well, surely you reference it to Polaris and notice that there's a, 31 inches difference. But Betty's told us that there's a circle to the GP of Polaris and whatever as well.
How convenient.
So how do you reference it to the circle that's already there? If Polaris wasn't the measurement of the tilt in the first place, how do you know what you were referencing the tilt for? I mean, there's a lot of experts. Probably these people that are doing the study might be able to draw us a model and show us where the tilt occurred. And which way was the tilt going? I mean, was it more of a tilt or like less of a tilt? It becomes even harder to conceptualize it because when you realize it's not referenced to anything anyway.
Yeah, so that's what my question is. Tilting from what? That's the question.
Yeah. No, this is the one that Belu told Jesse Kozlowski to look for the tilt. But I don't think it was this tilt. But I mean, it could have been. We'll just never know because Jesse Kozlowski's just not around to be able to answer any of these sort of things. Maybe anybody else good at measuring distances relating an angular change to 31 and a half inches? That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, that's my another question. Why they are talking about inches when they are talking about tilt? Because tilt of an axis, of course, would be expressed in degrees. And this is how supposedly this axis of rotation of the Earth is.
But that angle can only be measured from the center, right? And they're never going to get there. So that's what I find fascinating, that the 31.5 inches is what people imagine as a measurement, right? Like Brian's logic says grid. Well, when you say 31.5 inches, that's a distance, right? Yeah. And not it's not a meter either. Because the meter, like they say, the meter was 10 millionth of the distance from the pole to the equator. So that can be conceptualized as a spherical distance, obviously. Whereas an inches or feet, obviously that's a straight line. So nobody would imagine a foot to be a curve, would they? A great circle thing. So I find it really strange that they use inches. But, I mean, we're not the experts, are we? We're not the people that do these sort of studies that come out with this. I mean, we've never had an article on the Yahoo News about
And by the way,
this
if they
sort of
want
stuff.
to be clear, they should make some picture, some drawing, because I still cannot understand what this sentence is talking about. I don't know. Tilt from what? What is this measurement? From what point to from which point to which point? I don't know. I have no idea what this 31.5 inches is. I cannot imagine that. So I don't understand what they are talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what
But
it's
this is me.
referenced from and to. It's like from the old tilt to the new tilt.
Yeah, and what do they mean? What tilt is? What kind of tilt? Tilt of what?
Tilt of a ball. Obviously. Because balls
Okay.
tilt, you know. Well, it's normally conceptually called a roll. But if you want to imagine it as a tilt, I suppose you could. You can't really, can you?
Okay, so they are referring, so that would be tilt of axis of rotation because of the ball Earth.
Yeah, and the axis is aligned with Polaris. Or not.
Yeah.
Did you know that it's not actually aligned with Polaris?
Mm,
Don't ask me what it is aligned with, because apparently nothing. But that's where you're going to go next, isn't it? You're going to say, how can they reference it when it's aligned with nothing to find a new tilt? What I mean, they've got nothing to measure it from, too. No reference frame, no nothing.
Yeah, that's why I think that kind of articles are just gibberish. They tell you nothing. You think that you know something from that article, but you are as stupid as you were before.
Yeah, it's 13
reading.
years ago. I mean, that was what happened in 17 years, right? We've gone 13 years since then. How much water sucking do you think we've done as a humans? Like as it says there, humans suck
more,
water from the ground quickly enough. We suck water from the ground quickly enough to affect the tilt.
But I think that it is maybe this article purpose is that all people are harming Mother Earth by using water. And maybe in the future, maybe in close future, they will just restrict using water. That's maybe, I don't know.
Well, we can't have too much tilt, can we?
Yes, it can be dangerous, disastrous.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't really got anything else other than that. So if anybody does want to talk about these sort of things, anybody got any other points that we've heard? Anybody else with anything? Because I find most of this stuff is I used to think that logic was the key, but you end up realizing that the logical process that you find proofs, that happens in your mind, free from any use of words. It's something that you end up gaining as a proof. And there aren't really any words to actually describe the proof. But there are words that we choose to use to describe these things. And it's those words that are in question. If people have a proof within their own mind or whatever, then brilliant. But unless you can actually express it to people and communicate it through words, there's not much else you can do. I mean, you can show demonstrations, but there needs to be a process of word usage to be able to describe what it is you're talking about. To show people what you're demonstrating, for the purpose for you to do the demonstration. All of that requires rhetoric to be able to portray what it is you're talking about. Now, if, as we've shown tonight, if those people are using words that don't fit, then what happens is your mind takes these words and it recognizes they don't fit. So it conjures up something to make it fit, to make it work, to make it make sense. Because the human mind isn't capable of conceiving nonsense. It always tries to make sense of it because there must be sense there. So when you hear these things, if your brain doesn't pick up on the problem that it has within the nonsense statement, it will automatically override that and try and make sense of it. Now, because the brain does that, there will be no word association with it, because you won't be able to express how your mind made sense of nonsense. And that will end up with you being in a position where you end up defending a nonsense without knowing why you're doing it. And that's where we are. We're in the middle of nonsense, a middle of a group of people talking about nonsense. Everybody knows it. The dogmatic globe model and the flat earth model, complete and utter nonsense. Yet, people's minds have been taught how to make sense of nonsense. Welcome to 2023. It's only going to get worse. The brain can't fix this sort of stuff, and the brain will continue to make nonsense out of sense. I think that's how far we've got nowadays. There's a reverse process going on. That's where we are. Has anybody got anything else? Because I don't want to be I don't want to be hanging around just talking shit on my own. I guess the try thinking thing is real, right? There's a lot more thought goes on than speaking. It's hard to speak whenever you're trying to comprehend certain things. One man and his detector, yeah, trying to make sense of the world through a broken mind. And I believe we've been put through a process since birth that does that very thing. It breaks your mind. You've already been put through it. You've been given hundreds of contradictions for you to hold. Keep separate. Don't let them meet each other, because then you might have to be forced to recognize a contradiction. How does the brain cope? The brain tries to make sense of things. Now, if if you have no understanding of logic, then your brain doesn't have an ability to spot the contradiction. So it makes sense of it for you. We call it when you're having a conversation with somebody and you ask them a question. Say, for instance, how do you define straight? Right? Now, the brain says, oh, that's easy. I know how to do that. I couldn't be more simple. And while the brain's saying that, it's searching. You're trying to plug into that part to be able to give somebody the definition, but it's not there. There's no way you can conceptualize it. You can't put the words together to express what it is you're talking about. And that happens more often than you'd think. And when people have that brain freeze, where the information that you should be there, you are absolutely certain that that information was there. But when you go thinking for it, you can't find it. That's because your brain's already done a trick. It's tried to make sense of some sort of nonsense that you heard at some point. But because you've taken it on as a truth, your brain sorted it out and you've imagined a truth there, you end up defending the nonsense.
But still, even if we are talking about straight lines and curved lines, let's say, even if you cannot make definition of straight line and curved line, we know that they are different. So there is difference between straight line and curved line. The problem is that some people are saying that they are the same. So this is problem because obviously, even if you cannot name or make a definition of straight line, but you can say that you can imagine a straight line, you can draw a straight line, and you can recognize straight line and curved line. So you will be not mistaken if you have a circle and circumference, so you can recognize that this is not straight line, because circumference or part of circumference is not straight line. And the diameter of the circle is straight line, and it is not circumference. You can recognize the difference between them. So saying that they are the same, and at the same time you can see the difference between them, it's just madness for me, at least.
Yeah, but why do you think people have ended up like that? Why do you think this Veritasium, like non-Euclidean, like that guy was saying that in spherical geometry, a point is 2 points, a straight line is a circle, and a plane is a sphere? How do you think we ended up at that?
Yes, he said that as it was a conclusion, but it is not conclusion. It is just series of contradictions, because one cannot be two. So I don't know why people maybe cannot see idiocy of that statement. How 1 point can be 2 points? It doesn't matter if we are talking about points or anything else. You cannot be 1 and 2.
Yeah, Eric's in the chat. He's saying, and I've watched this. This is the sort of weird stuff. And then Eric's wise enough to understand what he's talking about. So he's talking to Charles, Flat Earth Math, in the comments section, and Flat Earth Math. Literally, he said to Eric, spherical geometry is just as axiomatic as Euclidean.
Okay, but if it is axiomatic, so one of these axioms would be that 1 point is 2 points. Because this is statement that you cannot prove. So you have to take it. And it is nonsense. So if it is built on axioms and these axioms are absurds, it makes the whole spherical geometry absurdo. Therefore, not geometry and not science, just story.
But what if somebody says that it is? You know, with the absurdities. I mean, the guy said 1 point becomes 2, a straight line is a circle, and a plane is a sphere. I mean, that's absurd. But that's what the geometry's based upon. And like Charles says, he thinks that's axiomatic. He thinks that placing an absurdity within an axiomatic framework of geometry is what an axiom is.
So he is mistaken about axiom, because you cannot prove axiom by positive proof, but you can prove that contradiction to axiom is false. You can falsify contradiction to axiom. So it means that axiom makes sense, and contradiction to axiom is nonsensical. You will land in absurd. But these axioms are absurds at the beginning.
Yeah.
So it
So you
means
can
that
hardly
they cannot be.
You can hardly blame somebody who's free from actual logical understanding, right? Who's never been over Euclidean geometry to know how the propositions are formulated and built upon each other. You know, this proof turns into a lemma. The lemma then it has the ability to build upon that and get more proofs from that, and it, you know, it's an ongoing chain of proof on proof on proof. That's Euclidean geometry. Well, if you don't know that and you hear spherical geometry is built upon these things that may seem absurd, but they're the axioms that the geometry's built on, then like you how could you even question the absurdity of it when they're saying, look, this is the axioms that we're building it on? Like, it does say that a straight line can be produced indefinitely. Well, it's a circle.
So it cannot be produced indefinitely.
Well, then you have to redefine indefinitely. So you could go round and round in a circle indefinitely. We seem to have done that within arguments and conversations for years. Round and round and round.
Yeah, that's I said to Ruchif some time ago that we are speaking different languages. And he agreed. Yes, we are. I'm speaking normal language and he's speaking nonsense language. Because he was talking about spherical geometry, something like that, back in the day. And he agreed. So we have two languages. One normal human language and, let's say, spherical geometry language, which is nonsense.
absurdities. Full of them. But how do you know they're absurd if you just don't know logic? If you've never been taught logic and this if P then Q simple statement, modus ponens, modus tollens, the difference between the two, how one can end up in a tautology. You can't have a tautology of a modus tollens, can you? It's only modus ponens that can end up in a tautology where it's true every way you say it.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
But if you've never been taught that, then it's looking absurd, because this is 2023, right? These absurdities aren't just within this framework, they're everywhere. It's just that I believe that this this arena or this topic of conversation shows these things most obviously, because the people that are in it are so willing to tell you about their model, and they're willing to defend it either side. It doesn't really matter. And they do it so obviously that you can't help but notice it. I think that's why most people are still around, because the ones that have left, they've either realized it is a load of nonsense and moved on to something else, or they've gone to other arenas. The conversation about this logical understanding of things, that's the trickiest part to have. It's not about what shape the earth is, because that's ridiculous. Most people understand that, I think. How do you conceive of a shape if that shape, when it at its core, goes against every understanding that you have of how you formulate knowledge? Your scientific understanding is entirely Euclidean logic. No science and no understanding of science. And when I'm saying science, I'm talking about traditional science now. The accumulation of knowledge through I'd say experimentation, but I mean the study of something intensely. The only way you can come to conclusions about anything in reality is to employ a logical method, where you first off formulate some sort of procedure, method, to inquire about something. And you have to have this logical idea of excluding the middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity, to understand what you're starting off with and what you're going to end up with as a conclusion. If you don't have that Euclidean train of thought, then you don't have any science. There's no way you can formulate an understanding of anything.
Yes, you always start with logic. So you end with logic. Experiment is in the middle, but at the beginning is logic, and at ending is logic. So you cannot have science without logic. So experiment itself, it is called experiment because you know what you are doing. That's why it is called experiment. And in order to know why you are doing what you are doing, you have to think about that.
Isn't that the
So
meant part of it? It's the experi is the experience, and the
yes,
meant is
experience.
the mind. You have to put that experience to your mind to be able to comprehend, understand, and do all of that within the logical process. I think it's all there within the words already.
And in fact, if we are you are thinking about experiment, it means that you are trying to predict what you would see or what you would experience while conducting experiment. So you already in your mind, you already know what will happen or what would or what should happen. So in fact, you are making experiment itself in your mind first. This is like creating, for example, painting or sculpture. You have idea of the thing you are creating in your mind, and then you are creating this on sheet of paper or on the wood or the stone. You are making sculpture, but you are not just doing something, but you know what you are doing. So the end effect of this, let's say, sculpture, this is what you had already in mind. The same thing is with science and experiment. You have to know what you will do in experiment, and this is thought process.
I think I bring this up because apparently Ruhif went on a new debate channel that has been set up. It's called Debatism, where Ruhif went on, obviously Jeranism's show, to do this debate thing. Ruhif was debating some guy, I don't know who it was, about geometry. And on screen now is the beginnings of the understanding of why we say you can do fuck all with an angle. As you can see, the angle is at one end, and Ruhif, like Ranti, well, in fact, Ruhif taught Ranti this, places a picture, a ruler on a picture, and relates it to the angle. But as you can see, because that's what happens in reality, the method there is the measurement principle for stadia lines within an optical device. So you see the crosshairs, and then there's a little tiny line above and below, and we use those lines to produce these triangles here. In reality, this is a within most all optical devices, particularly auto levels, theodolites, and rifle scopes rely on these lines called stadia lines. And as you can see, the angle there is equating to 3 different sizes of lines. So you can't say that that angle represents those lines, because which line does it represent? It represents 0 to, I don't know, infinity. Well, it can't really be infinity because it's a portion of a whole. It's an angle, not a whole. So you can't. I don't. Could you say that that's infinity? But it's a different line, right? At any point along that area, it could be a different size of line.
Absolutely. So if they put this ruler on the picture, and for example, they are trying to measure something with Blackpool Tower, so they don't realize that in order to do that, this ruler should be where Blackpool Tower is, not where the picture is. The picture is where observer is. So putting this ruler where observer is, instead of putting this ruler where Blackpool Tower is, and trying to measure tower with this ruler, is just absurd. Because this ruler should be at Blackpool Tower. It would be, of course, not visible at that distance, let's say 13 miles or whatever. But this is what they should do with this ruler if they want to measure anything with ruler. So they should go to the Blackpool Tower, put the ruler there, and then go back to this observation point and measure Blackpool Tower with the ruler.
Yeah.
This is what should they do, but they don't. They are putting ruler to the picture.
There's no way you could do that because in the picture you can see that it's an isosceles triangle, and the way it works is at some point that bottom line of that isosceles triangle will hit the ground.
Yeah, I agree.
Which happens to be sort of the limit of the optics of the device. It's a little bit beyond that, right? About 300-400 meters. Becomes unusable because the optics can't support the isosceles triangle. But that's not what everybody portrays within this arena of perpendicular. It's an isosceles. It's an isosceles triangle. This is how actual measurements are made in reality. This has a geometric backing. All of the other arguments that you hear coming from other people about sextants and the horizon and all of that, they're not actual measurements. This is how actual measurements occur. So this is only because Ruhif is debating on Jeranism, right? Ruhif is one of the great sophists. You'll never hear him answer a question or anything, and Ruhif's been running from actual conversation about anything like this for ages. I mean, just got to ask people, and this is the other one. That Ruhif, we've got to thank Ruhif for this. These are what we call the short numbers. Now, I don't know whether anybody ever talks about these at all. These are, we call them the Ruhif numbers. They're the short numbers. People talk about 8 inches per square mile. Well, these are the ones this side of it, the ones the local ones, the ones that are closer to us, not the ones that are beyond and 6 miles, 10 miles and all of that. No. These are this way, it's close to us. We call them the short numbers. And this is why there becomes a problem. And this is why we're here. And the people are talking about fantasy models, because this is the short numbers. It's what we base the numbers of the Realising Euclid Test around, and showed us that if you could choose to measure something, you personally, what would you choose to measure? Now, remember that 8 inches per square mile is 8 inches in a mile. Like, could you feel confident measuring that over a mile? I mean, how would you do it?
No, you cannot. You can only calculate and make drawings on paper, and this is what, for example, Samuel Robotham did.
Okay, but that's 8 inches for a mile. What if I told you there was a point where the measurement was 3 millimeters? Could you measure 3 millimeters?
Using this formula, you cannot.
What? You couldn't measure 3 millimeters? I've got a ruler right here now. I could definitely measure 3 millimeters.
Yes, but you cannot. What I was saying, I said that you cannot use that formula because so it works with the miles, but for short distance, how you need to make some route. I don't know. From 1, it doesn't make any sense because it is still 1. So I cannot imagine how someone would use this equation, Robotham's equation, in shorter distance.
You just use the quadratic formula, right? You quarter the distance at the half. Right, so 8 inches, let's say half a mile, would be a quarter of 8. Everybody knows this, right? 2 inches. Yeah?
Okay.
And then you just do the same again, and you keep going down and down and down to find the short numbers. So the question would be, right, there comes a point where you're pretty much close. I mean, what sort of a distance do you think you could measure? This is the question that me and Spot On were asking ourselves. Like 5 years ago, which is, I think, where these guys are going to come to, right? Because, like Nathan Oakley says, it's the year of the reference frame. So if you know that there are some short numbers, then the reference plane that you're going to use, you can measure from. Like, they actually do measure from a horizontal reference plane in reality. So if you're coming from a position of reality, what would you be happy to be able to do, right? If somebody was to give you a ruler and say, here, look at this ruler. Now, you can measure the drop of the water level from horizontal. Jesse Kozlowski said it. So these guys have said it.
Yes, but and this first, let's say, chart where we have 100 meter.
Yep.
So it is 0.78. Yes,
millimeters,
8, etc.
Nearly a millimeter.
Yes, so less than millimeter.
Yes.
How could you? You cannot see that.
You can't. No, I mean that. So yeah, that's not a thing that you could measure. But what about 3.1 millimeters? Could you measure 3.1 millimeters and be confident and say, yeah, that's, I could measure that.
No. But this is for 200 meters.
Yeah.
So how? Yes. The question is, how could you see? So if you cannot see,
you set up a geometric test, don't you? Set up a geometric test to show the shared straight line segment. And you'd be able to then see the drop. You'd be able to measure the drop. All you need is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. And then you could easily measure the drop from that. Couldn't you? I mean, it's 2023. Are you saying that people don't have the ability to measure 3.1 millimeters over 200 meters? I mean, people run further than 200 meters. Like, they've got swimming pools that big.
Yes, but you are supposedly measuring a drop from horizontal.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a distance of 200 meters.
Yep.
So I would say that this is impossible to measure.
I'd say that there are professionals that could actually measure a drop from horizontal of 3.1 millimeters over 200 meters. That's possible to measure it.
Okay.
You just establish a horizontal plane and then you measure down 3 millimeters from that. Like, you can do that, can't you?
Okay, but this is it means that your 0 point is dropping, supposedly. So the same point on measuring rod is dropping. So I don't know. How could they measure that? Because they cannot see at 200 meters. You cannot see this 3 millimeters. It is invisible.
Well, that's why we said use the water level. Right? You can't just use one. You can't just go one way. You've got to use two. Reciprocate it. As everybody knows this. Within science, you have to be able to reciprocate the measurement, the drop, over 200 meters. From the start point. Like, it's all there for the formulation for anybody if they want to do it. We've done it. The method's there to show exactly what we're talking about. And the claims have been made. Look, Flat Earth Maths in there. He knows about all of the claims that gets made. Yeah, we've already gone for the most Guinness World Book of Records. I don't think they'll take it on. The longest practical water level, 400 meters. Me and spot on. But I suppose if you join them up and have a shared straight line segment, you could make 600 meters. Please, Charles, don't be coming in here trying to give us this team talk. We're not into Betty's side rule. Nobody's on opposite teams, Charles. We all live in reality, and I believe we're all after the truth. There's no opposite teams. You have to come on, Gods. I'll show you how to prove the globe, the dogmatic globe. To prove the dogmatic globe, it's easy. Once you know logic, it's easy to make proofs. See, Charles has got him. Like, he knows all of the how to prove a dogma. All you've got to do is show a contradiction and then make that contradiction a salesman contradiction. Sell the contradiction to him. It has to be. Then you know for sure it's a dogma. At least that's the way I've been dealing with it. Don't know whether people have noticed that. So, Charles, if you want to come and verify the numbers, I bet you can verify the numbers. It's just the method. We could never get a conversation out of Jesse Kozlowski. He disappeared before he was able to show us exactly what is it his brother? Slice Bar Kane? Is that Jesse Kozlowski's brother? Slice Bar Kane was doing the bending water level test. That's what these 16 drop numbers were. These are the drop of Slice Bar Kane's 16 100 meter water levels that Ruhif gave us paper. Don't you know? This is what, when Slice Bar Kane was doing his bending water level experiment, these were the numbers that he was going to be measuring to prove globe.
With water level. Okay, okay. Because I thought that it is, because in that table we have calculation, and it is depicted as calculation. So it is prediction what we should measure in reality.
Yeah, this is Slice Bar Kane did a bending water level experiment, right? And it admittedly, when he did it first, it leaked like fuck, and he couldn't get water to go uphill, strangely. And you know, he just messed it up. He got paid a lot of money for it and got himself a P1000. So he decided, rather than do an entire length and trying to stick them together and got all of his leaks, he decided he was going to do 16 100 meter water levels and put them, you know, put each one end to end. And 16 100 meters, 1600 meters, it's a mile, right? A mile is 1609 meters. So that's his 8 inches over the end. When each one of 100 meters drops less than a millimeter. You with us?
Yeah. And what the outcome was?
Oh, he never actually got to do it. He's like, you know, Rumpus.
Oh,
And
so
he's
he
Bedford.
never made it.
Yeah, it's not. Lots of testing, sort of, apart from when we got involved, and because we had a realising Euclid test, which was similar, but you know, along the same sort of lines, using water levels, but we had more of a geometric thing than Slice Bar Kane, and we couldn't really understand what he was going to be doing with it anyway. So we wanted to have a chat with him. Much like Jesse Kozlowski, they did a Jesse Kozlowski. In fact, Slice Bar Kane said that we were doxing. That was his way of getting out slander. Like Flat Earth. And Red's rhetoric tactics. They've been doing it for years. His Flat Earth math. Oh, wait a minute. It appears that Flat Earth math isn't hidden. And trust me, math, Flat Earth math, I've not unbanned you or unhidden you or anything. So when you were moaning on the YouTube, you best be telling everybody. Just apologise to everybody now. Saying he was banned all over the YouTube comments. There's a whole thread. Is it still there, Charles? The YouTube thread where Charles was crying.
That he was banned from YouTube.
Yeah, hidden from the YouTube chat. Was it gone? Have you got rid of it, Charles? Yeah, it appears it has. So well done, Charles, for posting in the chat that you're not hidden from after moaning in the YouTube comment section that he was hidden. And we were saying, how can you be hidden from a comment section that we're talking to each other from? Look at that. I did nothing, Charles. I did nothing. So everybody can blatantly see that he's been crying on the YouTube comment section that he was hidden on the YouTube channel. And I'm saying, how can you be hidden? You're talking to us. And he's saying, no, I'm hidden on the YouTube chat. And we said, you can't separate them, Charles, you muppet. And he's saying, yes, you can. So funny, the people that we have to deal with.
He's trying now with Godzilla. His sophistry, I think. Horizontal is just a word. It can mean many things. But in geometry and surveying and science, it means only one thing, not many different things. So horizontal line or plane is what it is established by auto level or water level. And this is the same, not different meanings, one meaning. This is orientation, which is the same orientation always. So if we say horizontal, we mean only one orientation. That's it. Because different meanings would be different orientations. Because horizontal is orientation. I think that we would agree that in general, horizontal is orientation. So, and this is one orientation. Horizontal is one orientation, not different orientations. One. But Flat Earth Math is trying with Godzilla how it would go, this sophistry, because this is sophistry, saying that horizontal has different meanings. No, it has one.
See the comments in the chat? Just so you know exactly what sort of like a shit sophist we're dealing with here. This is the comments with Charles. He says, one day ago, I'm banned from your YouTube Try Thinking channel. So, Bagger edit specifically, I'm banned from the live chat feature, not commenting as I'm commenting here. Lol. And eventually it carries on for me to say, yes, like you can't partly ban someone from a YouTube channel. I don't know what Charles thinks is going on, or, you know, like whatever the sophist is, or whatever narrative they're trying to push about people banning people or whatever. It's quite clear Charles was never banned because he's there in the comment section telling me that he's banned.
Yes, so he was on comment section. He said that he was banned on live chat, but so yeah,
I'm
doesn't
saying
make any sense.
He says there's two ways of banning people from participating in one's channel. and it's not user friendly at all. The first is banning comments, and the second is banning live stream chat. Right? To which I say, there's only one way to hide someone from your channel, and it's done by hiding someone on the channel. You obviously aren't hidden on the channel. So, sophist, flat earth math, flat earther, obviously lying flat earther. I haven't done anything to that account, and here he is in the chat, acting like nothing happened, that he's not been lying about being banned. Just a blatant lie. And you don't ban people, you just hide them. So it's overuse of words, just a sophist. And saying, oh, well, just semantics, you're picky. No, it's not. We used correct terms of the words. And you, Charles, are a lying twat, I'd call you. Making drama that just isn't there. Quite obviously. Banned is just a word, Tanya. Yeah, but it's called being hidden on the channel, not banned. Which is what Charles uses, which is just blatantly wrong.
So when he is hidden, he cannot post anything on live chat. So
yeah,
but he can.
Yeah, he can't. If you're hidden in the live chat, you can't comment on the channel because you're hidden on the channel. You can't comment anywhere. Charles pretends to be a YouTube guy, and he's had a lot of YouTube, and he's been on YouTube for a fair few years, a lot more than anybody else. He likes to say he's been here the longest, almost as though Flat Earth Math was one of the original Flat Earthers.
Maybe he likes playing victim, just for fun. I don't know.
Yeah, I like drama. You know, there's like these Flat Earthers. They like to cause drama because they've not actually got an argument. We've been saying it for years. At the expense of him not having an argument, he needs something to do to make himself seem relevant. So he just make drama. It's a sophist's trick, but I mean, he's a shit sophist. And a proven liar, obviously. Now, whether it was intentional or whether he was just sort of attempting to slander us.
Yeah, I think that now he will be complaining that you are calling him a liar.
Oh, now he's going to try and justify his using the word banned.
I think that Flat Earth Math has different, may have different definition of a lie.
Yep.
But, because he has different definition of straight line, so it may happen that he has different definition of a lie, what lie is.
You've not, Charles. I have not done anything to unban anyone. And to my knowledge, Emma doesn't have the ability to unban or unhide anybody from the channel. I do, because I've had to do it a few times. But just recently, we're done with Flat Earthers, Charles, and you're one of them. Just a lying Flat Earther that was expected to lie because that seems what they do. I bet, though, it goes along with this. People not being able to see contradictions makes them unable to comprehend what a lie is. Because if you can't see a contradiction, then you're not going to know what a lie is. That's pretty obvious that these two will go hand in hand. The inability to see contradictions and lies. They're the same thing. And when you study logic as well, and you be able to see contradictions, gives you a better understanding of the lies.
Yeah, because lie is making impression that it is true. That's why we call it a lie. Because, of course, if we have false statement only, it is just false statement. And we know that this is false statement. For example, 2 + 2 = 5. This is not a lie. This is false statement. But a lie means that someone is trying to convince that this false statement is true. This is a lie. Simple.
Yes, Charles. And the truth statement is, I've just put it in the chat there, I did nothing. Been out all day. And other than that, I play the been playing Ark. So you're not that important, Charles. Except for the point except for us to be able to point out to everybody how you're a blatant liar. And yeah, we know that you go back on lies. You can't see lies. You can't see contradictions. You don't know you're lying because you can't see what a lie is. Anything to you that you want to consider a truth that's what it is. You've got your own ability to make axioms. Yeah, gods, it's Ark Ascended. It's like a Unreal Engine 5 remake of the original Ark. It's not Ark 2. That's late 24 now, but probably later than that. Looks good though. If you want to test your PC, gods, come on into Discord. It's normally on the screen. Emma makes me put it on the screen all the time anyway, even when I'm just stood there. You're not that important, Charles. I don't care. Just a flat earther with some sort of a narrative. I don't know what you're doing.
So instead of accusing you, now he's accusing your mods.
Yeah.
Just Charles, yes. Bravo, bravo.
I'm pretty sure mods can't undo that. Emma's got the highest mod I can give anybody, and I'm pretty sure Emma can't do that because she's asked me to unban or unhide people in the past. So he thinks there's some sort of FE claims. Charles, you're the flat earther. There's no flat earth claims here. In fact, we must be the people that say there's no flat earth proofs, Charles. We can prove the earth is not flat. That's us here. I don't know what you think you're coming in trying to do this sort of stuff. You're just obsessed with flat Earth. You must see it everywhere. You can't see contradictions, which makes it so you can't see what lies are. And you also don't seem to understand that you are the flat Earth obsessed person. Nobody else. Not here. People come here from a break from the fucking insanity of it all. We try and keep it as real as possible, Charles. Yeah, come in then, Gods. Come and test it. Jump on the, we've got a server. PvE, you don't need to bother with all of the rubber banding and all of that from single player play. Come and join the team on the level. Get in the tribe. Come and have a chat with J-Ro about PC specs. In fact, J-Ro's on the floor right here in front of me. It's not been on for a bit. Level bastard, that's a good one. I bet Charles won't answer it. Because that's the polar grid that Brian's logic uses. So Charles won't be able to use that as well.
So Flat Earth Math is saying that I learn new math and science when I test FE.
Yeah.
So he's testing things that cannot exist with the new math that is not existent on also. So just fantasy. I would say that this is fantasy. So I would say that the better way to spend free time is to play games than learning new math to prove a non-existing model.
He's meant to be a teacher. I don't understand why he's learning.
Hello, gentlemen.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
That is absolutely true. I have learned more math and science in the last 10 years than I did in the previous, say 20 years after, leaving college, leaving, formal education. I really, that's one of the reasons why I really enjoy the discussion is because I learned so many new things. Like, for example, one of the claims was if you're flying in a plane and you're going a long distance, shouldn't the gyroscope show, slowly drift over time that
That's not mathematical. Come on.
No, it's physics.
Physics.
And so that was an interesting claim that it was shouldn't the gyroscope, show, maintain its fixed position in space, even after you go over the curve of the Earth. And then I discovered, I learned a whole lot about airplane gyroscopes after exploring that claim. And there was a bunch of stuff that I've explored. And I've learned so much, and I really appreciate it. So that's why I engage. People say, why do you still do this? And it's like, because I learned so much. I love learning. And this is all completely outside of a formal education thing.
I bet I've learned more in the last 5 or 6 years. Just going through the simplicity of the first principles.
Yes. Well, and that's a great example because of this, this specific Discord channel and YouTube page, try thinking / on the level. I've learned a whole lot of Euclid. Like, I knew Euclid existed. I couldn't tell you anything he did, and now I own, several different versions of Euclid's elements, and then I've got that Oliver Burns, colored colored version of a bunch of his proofs. That was
Do
done
you know
a couple
Do
hundred
you
years
know
ago.
he existed?
I'm pretty sure Euclid existed, but like
Just a
the point I'm
character
trying
in
to
one
make,
of
Bev,
Plato's
is
plays.
the point I'm trying to make is that before engaging with this channel, I'd heard of Euclid. I'd never really studied him. Like, I couldn't name anything, any accomplishments or even any book he
What?
wrote. So I've
Are you? No, are you
learned
serious?
a whole lot.
Are you serious? How long have you
There's
been teaching geometry? Are you serious? You had just heard of Euclid because of this channel?
I mean, I'm sure it was mentioned, 30 years ago in one of the courses I took, but I
You got to be kidding me.
forgot it. So,
And you claim to have taught geometry. You're serious? This channel introduced you to Euclid.
no, that's not what I'm going to say. That's not what I was saying.
Well, that's what
This,
you just said.
No, because of this channel, I have done more of a deep dive into Euclid, and before engaging here, I wouldn't be able to name much of anything Euclid did other than he was an early geometer. But that's where my knowledge ended. And so
You
now,
couldn't name much of what he did. It's literally the basis for what you claim to have taught students. I mean, you have to be kidding me.
okay.
How the hell did you get a teaching degree?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness is right. I mean, it's stunning. That's like saying, I've taught chemistry and, Mendelssohn. I mean, I heard of him from a YouTube channel. I mean, are you insane?
Wasn't he a composer?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Correct. You are correct.
Womp womp.
Way to go. You win. But seriously, I'm a physics professor, but that guy Newton, I learned about him from a YouTube channel. Seriously. Are you serious? Please retract that. Just lie and say that you'd heard of Euclid before you started teaching geometry.
I
bet you weren't learned of the scientific method through watching QE as well, didn't you?
Yeah, no, he invented it.
Scientific method in QE. Yeah, he's got the middle school science fair understanding of the scientific method.
You literally have a middle school scientific understanding of fucking geometry if you've never heard of Euclid. What are you, insane?
I've never heard of Euclid. Okay.
You literally learned about Euclid you literally said, I learned about Euclid from this channel.
I learned about the details. Oh my goodness, details.
Oh my
Of course,
goodness.
I knew Euclid was.
Oh my goodness. The details are the axioms, the postulates. You got to be kidding me.
Oh. I think you can pick yourself up off the floor, and then Bev and I can continue to have a conversation.
You're joking, right? You're joking. You learned about the details of Euclid. Let's talk about the details. Axioms, postulates, definitions, parallel, perpendicular. Those would be the details. You learned about those from this channel.
It's an honor to be teaching.
It's amazing. We're literally teaching the teachers. Imagine what he was teaching before he learned about this YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Did you teach geometry before, like 5 or 6 years ago, or when was it that you were teaching geometry?
Yes, I've taught geometry on and off, for about 20 some years. I haven't taught geometry. Last time I taught geometry was maybe 10 years ago. But,
have you ever heard of the circle of the GP of Polaris?
Yeah. Because Polaris isn't directly above the North Pole,
So it isn't at 90.
At any given moment, Polaris, the GP of Polaris is 89 point something
Wow.
degrees
Not
latitude, and so it's going to trace
90.
That's correct.
Wow.
I mean, it's close. It's less than a degree away. So
Well,
it's
why have
we
why
all
have I
call it the
never
North
heard
Star.
anybody say anything other than 90?
Well, the reason, Bev, is that there's many, many, many areas where the nitty-gritty scientific details are just getting too much into the weeds, and so most people say, yeah, Polaris is the North Star. Polaris is above the North Pole. While at the same time, Polaris isn't exactly precisely mathematically above the North Pole. It's less than a half a degree away. So like people don't talk to each other informally with all these, asterisks and like,
Well,
exceptions.
hasn't 10th Man had an argument about something, and Nathan Oakley and all of that for making a 90 with triangle?
No, they're talking about making a 90 with any star's GP, not just Polaris.
Yeah, but
making a 90
if Polaris
with
has a
any
circle for its GP, why hasn't it been mentioned about any other star? Because aren't you referencing it to one star in particular?
I think we're talking past each other. When you said the circle of Polaris's GP, here's what I imagined. In 24 hours, the GP of Polaris traces a circle. It's very close to the North Pole.
Yeah.
But at any given point in time, Polaris and any other heavenly body
is never at 90.
GP.
He's never at 90.
Well, no, I mean not 90 degrees latitude, but 90 degrees elevation is where any heavenly body's GP is. All right. So when you said
for Polaris.
No, any heavenly body has a GP
circle
at any point in time.
It's a circle.
Only if you trace it for 24 hours. Every heavenly body will trace a circle for 24 hours. Well, not exactly a circle for the ones that move. Like for example, the declination of the sun and the moon move significantly, so they won't trace a circle; they'll trace a spiral. But any star will trace a circle in 24 hours. A GP on the GP will trace a circle in 24 hours. And I think that's what. And I just was going by what
I think
you
everybody.
said. I don't really know
I thought everybody understood that the 1 degree for every 69 miles was in reference to one particular star, and when you had that star, that was at 90.
Yeah, no, that's when you're at the GP. No, literally every heavenly body.
Well, where's that GP? It's a circle. It's not a point. Because I'm pretty sure everybody else was under the impression that GP was the point of all of the other reference from that one point.
At a moment in time. Like when you do celestial
in a
navigation.
Moment in time. Geometry doesn't have a time element to it. Well, I'm afraid, Charles.
Because this is a real world. This is a real world aspect.
Okay.
So
wait a minute. Wait, Charles. So are you saying that when we said you can do fuck all with an angle, we actually meant that because you're having to inject time in now as a necessity?
Well, okay. If you're doing celestial navigation the way it's done on a ship, time is an essential component. That's why they'll have
so that doubly makes absolutely certain that you can do fuck all with an angle geometrically and within the celestial navigation, where you need to include time as well. So along with the angle, you also need the time. I'm just making it clear for everybody so they can see the people that have been arguing against a certain statement that we made about a geometric statement also rings true for a celestial navigation argument. Just for everybody's understanding why Nathan Oakley might get upset about the statement about you can do fuck all with an angle, because it's especially true not only geometrically but within the argument that 10th Man's framed. You also need time, because it turns out Polaris isn't exactly at 90.
It never has been.
At 0 then, let's say. Your
So-
0 point that all of your other latitudes are marked to is not Polaris.
Well, it's pretty darn close to Polaris.
It's
the
not
North
though, is it?
Celestial
You've
Pole.
just said it's a circle,
That's
and it
correct.
goes
It's-
around it. So it goes everywhere
Well,
but the
it
point that
doesn't
it's
go
meant to be
everywhere.
at.
You could say, Bev, have you ever thought about latitude in the southern hemisphere? Those degrees are measured compared to the South Celestial Pole, or at least they're it's a degree. The degree, the complement of the degree to the North Celestial Pole, the elevation angle. There's no real visible stars at the South Celestial Pole. I mean,
Yeah, I understand all
Right.
of that, Charles. I'm just pointing out that when everybody's been thinking that Polaris is the 0 point, it's not.
well,
Is
it's-
it? Not
it's
even
close
within
enough
your
for-
model.
It's close enough for approximate, like when people say, "Oh, your latitude is the angle."
It's not close enough for
complement of the angle to
exactness, is
Polaris.
it?
I mean,
Because
it's-
if you've
it's-
just said
it's less than a degree
89.2
off.
degrees, then why aren't you saying that's the exact one? That and a time is the exact. Just be honest. Let people know.
Oh my goodness! The thing is, when everyday people are trying to have just a normal conversation, people don't try to dive into the weeds with every single word and with every single pronouncement. They just talk in basic general terms, even if technically, exactly, precisely,
technically,
it
it's
might
not
not be
really a
precisely
point.
correct.
It's about
I mean, we say
you know,
Polaris.
how many miles
Polaris is the North
diameter.
Star.
You
That's what
know,
we say.
plus or minus 500 kilometers in circumference. No big deal.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, certainly you can find your way through the galaxy by setting that up. I mean, right? ECEF. Boom. There's a point. There's a North Pole, right? Oh, it just kind of circles around a little bit.
Yeah, it's not
So,
actually
so
there.
Bev,
Sort of.
I
Right.
would recommend.
So you got a wobbling Cartesian coordinate system. It just wobbles every second.
So Bev,
Surely
I
you could-
recommend that you
Surely you can find your way
study
through the galaxy
celestial
with that, right?
navigation.
Keep it time.
Right, Charles?
As long as you get a good watch.
Right? When you launch your rocket, Fem, when you launch your rocket from Cape Canaveral with your ECEF coordinate system, and you've got a circling North Pole. How does that work exactly? How do you get that box? What do? You just and mark, and then you know that you've got your rocket pointed in the right direction in that Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. Fixed being the F in ECEF. But it's not fixed, right? It moves. Big circular 500 kilometers, right, Fen? Look how terrified he is of me. I silence him because he knows he's screwed. Fixed. It's not fixed, right? ECEF can't be fixed, can it? Just say it. Just say it out loud. You're right. You're right, Mike. ECEF is not technically fixed. It wobbles.
I think he's just relating
In a
it to a
circle.
light in the sky, though, isn't he?
He is a light
Yeah.
that we all see as stationary, but he says makes a circle, a 500-kilometer radius circle.
He separated the two, right? There's the lights in the sky, and then there's us here. And
Right.
somehow somebody does some sort of calculations, probably like Nathan Oakley or 10th Man, because I don't think anybody else can do it. Or maybe McToon. Definitely not Fem. They make calculations that do certain things that allow them to pinpoint your accuracy. I've heard to the millimeter. The millimeter. Yet the circle of the GP of Polaris, which everybody thought was a point, is now what was it, 500 mile?
Yeah, but
circumference?
500 kilometers, plus or minus,
kilometers.
maybe 450 to 500, give or take, but then there's wobble in between.
Yeah, and it has a diameter of, what, so many degrees?
Yeah, I mean, look at that diameter. What, 148-kilometer diameter, I think?
Wow.
Wow.
They do well with their calculations to be able to pinpoint it to the millimeter, don't they? Fantastic.
Yeah, amazing.
Look at Jesse Kozlowski driving over that bridge with his car. Like, how accurate was that? Time
I nailed
and everything.
I nailed that.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly the position of where Soundly's camera was. I mean, he didn't even have to take into any account anything to do with latitude. Latitude is like related to that point as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Big
And a lot of
problems.
light in the sky.
But, you know, whatever. No big deal. Close enough.
Yeah, we don't know that much about celestial navigation. Don't worry about it. There's other people that have studied this way more than we have. I mean, we've barely even glanced at it.
Couldn't possibly know.
We do things a little bit differently around here. We just play games and chat about stuff. It's just we do really have some interesting people that come in to have conversations with us.
Mostly I just ask questions.
Yeah. It's good fun.
Questions that don't seem to have really good answers.
The questions without answers, I think we could document, put them in a folder. Questions that don't have answers. I used to call it aporia, right? Being left in that place, but I'm thinking that whoever made this place, right, Charles, you'd have to agree. They've definitely said that there are some things that you just can't know. Because, like, you're just not able to comprehend it, right? You're not the big I am. And he's let you know by giving you things that you're just never going to know. I think you've got to be smart enough to be able to notice that for yourself. Because you can't carry on thinking that you are the I am, right? You can't go on doing that. Thinking that you're greater. You can know everything. Just like they, them could. I think you might have offended him.
I mean, when you're presented with your power chasm, what are you going to do? Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, but not fixed. Not centered.
Well, I mean, could it still be centered? I mean,
well, that's a problem
moving,
too.
Like call it a monad, then, right? I'll go halfway. We'll meet you at a monad.
Yeah, but then you get into the oblateness that creates issues for the monad.
I don't know. Could you not conceptualize it as a 2D?
You're going to claim that you're going to go from one place to another with millimeter accuracy. I think that you're going to have a lot of trouble. If your F isn't fixed and your C isn't fixed, all you've got is your E.
This globe.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have this star wobbling and this 31 inches difference, so this Cartesian coordinate system is wobbling in two ways. So
yeah, depending on how much water you're sucking.
Yeah. So don't drink too much water because you are disturbing the earth. Don't do that.
What effect would it have? Anyone got an idea?
Yeah. I am. I'm currently dealing with a guy in a YouTube comment section who claims to be a flight director for spaceships.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah. He was explaining to me how spaceships fly through space. He impacted a comet.
Nice.
He staged the mission himself.
Wow.
It's
And
very
he's
impressive.
taking the time to talk to you on a YouTube. It
Oh.
must be on a
Uh,
a high ranking official sort of YouTube video channel, I would have thought. Is it?
No, it's like on some random flat earthers video channel,
And
a
that's where
YouTube channel, and
flight directors
flight
of
director.
spaceships hang out.
Yes,
Wow.
flight director of the
Who'd have
spaceship.
thought it?
And I actually think that he actually holds the title of flight director, or held the title of flight director at some point, because he, told me who he was, and so I went on his LinkedIn, and there he was. And then I went to his company's website, and I'm like, look at that, flight director. So I just asked him a couple of simple questions about space travel, because it's fascinating. Because you're gonna need a coordinate system, right?
I would have
mean,
thought so, right? You've got to know where you're
if you're
going
gonna
or where you've came
if you
from,
gotta-
how far
you got to know where you are.
Yeah.
First off, you got to know where you are. Second challenge is knowing where you're going.
Yeah,
Right?
dead
I mean, that
reckoning.
would be like, right? Like, look at the thing, head towards it,
Yeah.
or have a really good map, and have an interstate highway system.
I would imagine left and right and up and down being a little bit tricky. Right? You'd have to invent another thing, and flight director must know about that.
Yeah, well, he hasn't quite figured it out, but yet he was a flight director, which was kind of amazing. He said he actually can jump between one coordinate system and another one.
Whoa. Like
Yeah, and they're
squaring a
both
circle.
move. Yeah, and they both move. Both of the coordinate systems move.
Okay,
I was
Charles
impressed.
is on movie night. He's had to he's had to leave because he's
Oh,
it's
yeah, of
movie
course.
night. Yeah,
Oh, is that what he said in the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
He's going to come back?
Yeah.
He's going to come back when I'm
No,
not
I don't-
around.
Yeah, no, he'll be gone for the night.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't teach chemistry, so Mendeleev didn't roll off my tongue like Mendelssohn did because my. But I could confuse Euler and Euclid as well if you gave me a little time. But if I was a chemistry teacher and I said Mendelssohn, I should be fired. Good thing I'm not a chemistry teacher.
You're obviously not a chemistry teacher, yeah.
No, clearly not a chemistry teacher. But yeah, I mean, to think that you learned about Euclid from a YouTube channel, that's just.
I
you claimed
thought that is high praise, right? That's the sort of stuff we were after doing. Bringing the advanced simplicity of first principles stuff to everyone. And it turns out we reached a maths geometry teacher.
100%. Frankly, the depth of my knowledge of the Stoics has increased almost exponentially because of this channel.
I would say mine too, because I wouldn't have had a clue who they were before we started all of this sort of stuff. This is pure novice stuff, and it's meant for novices. So if anybody does want to come, they just pop into the Discord.
They really should, because the stuff that we did, the hillside stuff, was amazing. that is like that reinvigorated me. Like I went through a whole like Marcus Aurelius thing and Seneca, and I just started reading the Stoics again because of that hillside course that we all sat through.
Yeah. Yeah, and it does help with the conversation as well, doesn't it? You know, it's not just stuff that you're learning that you can't actually use. You can implement all of these sort of things, even the geometry, the maths, the logic. It's useful. You can use it, which I think is the sort of stuff that, like Blue Marble and Flat Earth Math, they miss it. You know, they miss the point of this conversation. It just improves your ability to communicate with people.
It's funny that you mentioned earlier about Euclid, like sort of potentially being a play by Plato.
Mm.
You know, like Socrates. You know,
Well, Theaetetus
it makes
was wrote by
right.
Euclid.
Makes
Plato just went, "I love that."
Right. It makes complete sense, though, right? It's
Yeah.
just it's all part of a narrative, but a truth narrative, an easily understandable truth narrative, the logos.
Yeah, when you know about Euclid and the way it's formed within logic, and then you get involved with Plato and you hear of Euclid in a play, and then you delve into it and realize it was actually wrote by Euclid, then that's the very same Euclid. The very same. It's all about logic and how you portray things. It's you know, they've wrote it all down. There's nothing new here. Just all stuff to be rediscovered, which I think was Plato's thing, wasn't it? That's Plato's idea, was that all the knowledge is already there. You just reacquire it. And that's why the Logos feels like it feels natural, because you already knew it. It was already there. Hopefully that's what we do anyway. I don't want to get too deep on everyone.
Yeah, I know. But it is true when you find something that it is true that when you find something that is true. It's funny that I just said it that way. But yeah, I mean, you recognize the truth. There is a truth to reality. There's an understanding of the way that we see the world. You can't pervert that. Well, people try to pervert that. Perverts try to pervert that. Yeah. Maybe that's why they're called perverts.
Well, look at that quote in the chat there, right? A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Welcome to the globe. 2023. You know who that is? Who said that?
Orwell?
Max Planck.
It feels almost...
the guy that they gave the shortest fucking distance to, right? Max Planck, with some truths there about new science. Like he does say, the new science, modern. Not the old science, the knowledge. Not that.
If you lie to people long enough, eventually the people who knew you were lying die, and the ones who didn't know you were lying go, "Oh yeah, that's the new reality."
Yeah, I'm sure I've heard that before. Yeah, a lot of people have said that. Just go along with it. You convince everyone. Only takes a couple of generations. You'll get the parents teaching the kids it for you. You don't need to.
Yeah, you'll find geometry teachers who are like, "Oh, I just discovered Euclid." Like,
from a YouTube channel about people that are going off because they've been called a child abuser by a guy who had an argument that said, do you know non-Euclidean geometry exists? It's like, what do you mean non-Euclidean geometry? What's Euclidean geometry? What are you talking about? That's why I'm here, because somebody said that. And now we've got somebody called Flat Earth Math says he's learnt Euclid the same place that we have. Here. It's all just a discovery. Everything. We all go through it. People who are obfuscating that simple discovery that people have... I mean, like, Charles, if he says he's made that discovery, why is he coming here obfuscating a load of bullshit? Because that's not helping anybody else make that discovery about Euclidean geometry and how simple logic is. Something tells me he's being dishonest and deceptive yet again. Or he's just mixed up and he doesn't understand what logic is and how this, you know, chain of progression works.
I mean, it's kind of amazing that somebody can think that reality can be Euclidean and non-Euclidean simultaneously.
Yeah, literally, in the face of the law of non-contradiction, just sort of dismiss it.
He's just like, oh yeah, well, whatever, you know, like we'll have a little of this and a little of that. We'll have a little yes and a little no.
Yeah, well, yeah, the sphere is Euclidean, of course, but its surface. So how could its surface possibly be Euclidean? Let's call that non-Euclidean. It doesn't make any sense.
No. No, and they want to obfuscate it, you know. They want to pretend that it's not something that we already knew, which is spherical trig, which is 100% Euclidean and requires straight lines and Euclidean planes.
And the Euclidean sphere.
Oh yeah, obviously. You're gonna need a straight line, and then you're gonna need a plane, and then you can establish a sphere.
What do you think of the new claim from Nathan Oakley of it's the year of the reference plane?
Oh shit! Did he say that?
Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? Today.
Oh my God! Reference. Wait. Reference plane.
Yep. The horizontal plane, because all of them are parallel. You know.
Oh my God! When do you think he'll actually recognize that there's like a couple of vertical planes that can, at least a couple, but I'll take a couple of perpendicular vertical planes and pop it down through that horizontal reference plane and create, that could create something. Let me think. We could come up with a name for this thing.
Yeah, Cartesian coordinate system.
You think? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah. Imagine coming to the discovery in 2023 that a Cartesian coordinate system is sort of entirely Euclidean with the infinite plane. The king of infinite space, they called Euclid. How these mathematical proofs can be built upon each other is fascinating. And coming to the realization that any change or deviance from the reference plane would show that it's not flat is going to be a tough one for Nathan Oakley to get past. But he knows what he's doing.
I mean, if he could ever be honest with himself and ever kind of recognize that he has a really terrible brand and just say, you're going to need a Cartesian coordinate system for that. That would be the...
Like get a ninja, get a motorbike going.
Yeah.
Lamborghini, get it.
Right. You're going to need a Cartesian coordinate system for that. I'd be like, okay, congratulations, you finally got there. It's 3D, dude.
Yeah, it's not flat.
Definitely not
flat.
flat.
But one of the things that I came to like ages ago is that the real flat earthers are the ones that think the sphere is a two-dimensional plane, right? They can't separate the sphere from the plane, so therefore they become the 2D earthers, which flat. But if Nathan Oakley could give up that it's not flat. Like let's just admit it, it's not flat. A plane is a plane, and any deviance from the plane would obviously show it's not flat. And then see where his globers work, because that'd be fascinating.
I mean, it's basically like this weird group of cosmologists that claim that the universe is flat. It's idiotic.
But they do, though, don't they? They do.
They do. They claim the universe is flat.
Yeah. Did you see the thing that I found the other day? I mean, like I didn't make this. I'll put it in the chat if I can find it. I think it was on this phone. Yeah, here we go.
We're still live on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
This feels like our 4:30 a.m. conversations.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Like, check this out, right? This is I didn't find this, right? But this is where I think this is where the minds of these people are, right? It's the bell curve, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when they say a flat Earth model, they don't really mean a flat Earth model. They just
mean a Cartesian
coordinate system.
They mean a Cartesian coordinate system. Yeah. 3D.
So it's not flat, and it's not a flat Earth model. It's just Cartesian coordinate system. All horizontals being parallel.
Up, down, left, right.
Mm-hmm. And to imagine that 0, 0, 0 point is where you are is a bit egomaniac, like, isn't it?
Yes.
Right? I mean, like, how self-centered do you want to be that you want to be the 0, 0, 0 point always?
Yep.
No, let's just get real and go with the Cartesian coordinate system that everybody knows, understands, where squares are squares and triangles only have 180 degrees. All Euclidean principles and rules apply. Always. Like, as in reality. It's much easier.
And every formula in architecture and engineering, all of them will always be within the Cartesian coordinate system, where vertical planes and horizontal planes connect.
Yeah, don't worry, people. It's not flat. It's just that somebody's done a graph to imagine that flat earthers are most highly intelligent, which I don't know whether you could go along with that. And I'm not too sure whether... because you know where the flat earthers are going to put themselves on that picture, right? They're definitely not going to be on the left-hand side. Yeah, one man. Brian's in trouble because you can't have latitude and longitude being a two-dimensional coordinate system and being perpendicular but not perpendicular. It's just as bad a violation as vertical and horizontal being perpendicular but not perpendicular. both teams have similar model issues, which is why you shouldn't really have a model. You end up getting stuck. Come on, Ep or Hey, and just say we don't really give a shit. It's not really like that. It's a little bit more involved, but yeah, Ep or Hey is definitely the best basket to be holding. There's no proofs in the globe basket, and there's no proofs in the flat earth basket. There are proofs in reality, of which I want to gain more, but I already have some, definitely. And there's loads in the Ep or Hey, and I'm fine with that. That makes it easier. The center one man is the monad, right? Because it's something that you have to conceptualize, and it's a point. And once you conceptualize the point and take it on, then that derives everything you do after that point. Because you've got to relate everything to the point. That's why we call it the monad, because the monad is the all-encompassing point at the center of nowhere. And it sort of governs everything. The bell curve is a joke, isn't it? For you to place yourself anywhere within it. It's just the way people conceptualize different things. The Earth is not flat. There's measurable elevation changes. Taking that on, because, like Mike said, you've got a really bad tag. You've given yourself something that's sort of a contradiction. It's an oxymoron. Which, if you allow the oxymoron to pass, then you're sort of taking on a contradiction as your starting point. And that's a really bad place to start off at. The topography is measured. In the UK, all elevation points are referenced to one point. And that point is on the vertical datum. The fact that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, and we can prove that all horizontals are parallel, leaves the enthymeme. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you're right, Eric. They do. And people may imagine that it's different, but I don't think it is. The mind work that has to go around performing tricks is the same for both models. It's a very similar core concept of how geometric reasoning must take place. And for that, I think you have to remove logic. You have to remove the ability to see contradictions. And if you can't see contradictions, then you can end up in, you can end up saying weird things that don't really make sense. And then when somebody asks you to clarify, you don't have the ability to make it clearer because the words aren't there. You're talking of the not that. And everybody knows you should not talk of the not that. Because you'll never be right. Yeah, that's right, Goods. I'd say the same. It's not flat. And for the same reason, it's not a sphere. There is no shape that you can call it. Because it's non-defined. The shape that you want to call whatever it is that you think you live on. Well, you can measure the elevations and describe it that way, but that would be a Euclidean geometric understanding. That's not what they want. They want you to live in a different land of not Euclidean, which means not logic. I don't know who we were talking about. I think, that was it. Betty, are you still here, Paper? I don't know whether I got that. I'm pretty sure that Betty made a comment about you saying, when we were talking about Euclidean geometry is based on logic, so non-Euclidean is non-logical. And he wanted
yes,
to.
I said that, yes, and I can confirm that.
Yeah, I want to get the comment so you can actually go over it, because I don't know why he couldn't seem to understand.
And I can repeat that and explain, let's say, because if you have a logic, and with that logic, you can produce geometry, and of course, you cannot construct contradictory geometries within logic. And not Euclidean geometry is in contradiction to Euclidean. So therefore, it has to be in contradiction to logic. Because if it is logic, this non-Euclidean geometry, it means that Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry are the same, and they are not. For example, in spherical geometry, curved line is straight. So this is contradiction. So in logic, you cannot have contradiction. So it means that if spherical geometry contradicts Euclidean geometry, it also contradicts logic. And I am saying logic, not Euclidean logic, because there is only one logic. there is no such thing like Euclidean logic. There is only one. And because there is only one logic, so I can safely say that if you are contradicting Euclidean geometry, you are also contradicting logic, just logic. And because logic is one, therefore you can also safely say that it is illogical. That's it.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't Beddy. It was that flat
Flat
Earth
Earth
math dude, the fem guy. He said that here's
Okay.
one that non-Euclidean geometry is non-logical, and he quoted paper organist from that. I mean, I don't know what the
Okay.
point he was trying to get at, but like, yeah, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
You can't have another geometry that is logical, like Euclid, but not Euclid, because it's the foundations, the first principles, like of logic, put down in line and form. Literally, that's it. I think it's I don't know. You can't call it a rule book, but it's as simple as you could possibly make anything, and show people what you can build as a framework once you start with these basic foundations of how to build reasoning and how to build upon that simple framework at the beginning. And he starts with nothing, and that's the part of it, right? He literally follows the starting from nothing, and you end up with all of the framework of known mathematics. And he wants to sort of say, well, not that, just different than that.
Yes, it is simple. Euclid is logic. So not Euclid means not logic. Simple.
Yeah, Eric says he's with you. I mean, yeah, there can be no logic. That's why Imaginometry, check it out on the website, is the most non-Euclidean geometry there is. The most truest. It's got its own definitions, axioms, postulates. It's got it all. None of these other ones have. You just have to imagine it all. Like that fellow was saying. Right? It's better if you don't really have definitions. Just leave it up in the air and let that be dictated to by whoever's doing the mathematics. Which sounds ridiculous, and I hope it does sound ridiculous, because it's just made
also,
up.
It is easy to explain, because if you consider logic as genus and geometry as species, it means that you can say that geometry belongs to logic. So greater collection would be logic, and smaller collection inside of logic collection would be geometry. So in order to have non-Euclidean geometry being logic, it means that it would belong to this big collection we called logic. So we would have within one genus two species, Euclidean geometry and second, let's say, spherical geometry or whatever. So both of them, they have to be logical, because they are inside of this big collection we called logic. And it means, because logic cannot be contradictory to itself, it means that they would be compatible. and they are obviously not. It means that this non-Euclidean geometry does not belong to this big collection of logic. So that would be
You
my
can't
another
have
explanation.
this geometry that is contradictory being part of the same logical system.
Yeah,
That's a stolen concept type thing, isn't it? Placing within the framework a conception of a contradiction that's part of the same logical. I mean, it's ridiculous, and I hope it sounds ridiculous to people. In fact, it's more than ridiculous. Like when you think about the state of a mind that either hasn't seen that within the formulation of their own argument, or like what's happened to the mind of people. That's fascinating. That's where we're at. We've never been part of this shape argument. It's more about how do people place their minds in these positions where you can at least imagine, imagine something that isn't Euclidean, and then go beyond that to say that it overrides Euclidean. You can disregard the understanding of a straight line in favor of something else that overrides it because of a model. That's something going on inside the mind of people that can do that.
And Godzilla is saying like straight lines being curved, that sort of thing. Yeah, to them it's another globe proof. Yes, but what's the problem here? Because they say that Earth is a globe or sphere because they changed definition of straight line. That would be their proof.
It's right though, isn't it? It is one of their proofs, right? It's a contradiction that they've accepted. That's a proof that the globe model is entirely dogmatic.
Yes, but at first place it is non sequitur, because it doesn't follow that if you curve straight line, it doesn't follow that the Earth is a sphere. But this is what they are doing. They think that if they change definition of straight line, they can use that changed definition to prove their model.
It's a backward engineered thing, right? They always start with globe, but they can't imagine that. So they realize that they have to have something to be able to have their globe. And then they imagine that they've proved it, which allows them to have their model, right? To them, it proves their model. To you, it may seem like a non sequitur, but they've had to conceptualize it within this other framework that allows them to make it a proof for them. And sometimes the very fact that you're arguing against them validates their idea of it being a proof. But obviously not a proof that you understand, like a Euclidean proof. This is a non-Euclidean proof, globgic.
Yeah, I agree, yes. So not a proof at all, because there is no logic that says that you can validate proof by changing definition of, let's say, thing in premise. So if, like flat, for example. So flat earthers, like Nathan Oakley, says that the earth is flat, but this flat is not flat. So Nathan Oakley, use that word flat in different meaning. So he is changing definition of flat. and he's happy because it proved that the Earth is flat. Because I changed definition of flat. It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
Yeah, they're having a chat in this chat. Yeah, Eric's sticking up for Imaginometry.
Good
It
thing.
is the
Good thing.
most non-Euclidean geometry there is. It's that non-Euclidean that we even had to backtrack to make Globjig in order to formulate Imaginometry upon. Obviously, backtracked. They always start off with the globe and then derive everything else from that. So Imaginometry came first, and then we realized that logic didn't support Imaginometry, so we needed Globjig. So therefore, Globjig was also made. We do a lot of work for the globe model, right? It's a quick,
Yes.
fast track method to how to conceptualize the globe in a true non-Euclidean fashion. You could be well ahead of your friends if you studied up on Imaginometry. We could do to write a bit more about that. Yeah, we are. I'm trying to soften this, all of this sort of stuff, because people have imagined that there's some sort of a battle. Like, they imagine that the argument is a combative situation, and it's not conducive to any sort of learning or proper constructive stuff. So I'm trying to soften this off. We're trying to make it more like a pub, so people can come in and feel at ease, have a bit more fun about this sort of stuff. So come on in. We're not going to really be doing that many constructive things. Hopefully we can get round to start reading some more of these plays and stuff. That was getting fun, that. So yeah, come on in. Oh gods, have you actually read Imaginometry? I've truly studied globe, right? You think I've been just chatting to people, but been on a series of discovery, right, for myself, trying to understand the mind that goes with this and how people can place their mind in certain positions. And Imaginometry's serious stuff. Arwin daren't talk to me. That's how scared Arwin is of my power. He can sense it. Arwin may have the dark arts, but I have the power of the light. He can't touch it. He can't even come. I have got a top hat as well, I do own a top hat. Actually, where's it? Yeah, gods, you've got my little wizard. As you've been a member for that long. That's my little wizard guy. Mrs. drew him. Let me get him on here. The missus has been working on another. I've set up a foundation of a level thing. It's going to be good. There you go. There's my little wizard guy. He's not going bald. He's got a proper hat. It's not got two ones. It's a water level. Thank you to the missus for doing that for me. Gods has got a top hat. That's all. We'll have a height thing. Obviously, you might win on height, actual height, but the height of the top hat is the competition from now on. Who can have the biggest top hat? Because we're gonna have to go to one of the times when we go to Bedford. Go to Bedford levels and we'll all have top hats. And the boss will be the one in the biggest hat. Abraham Lincoln. Nice. Everybody's getting top hats. So yes, if anybody does want to come in and I don't know if any people are playing Ark or anything, but we do have our own server. So you'll not get hassled on the thing. Danger. I would imagine Danger's got a pretty big top hat.
Okay, I am off to bed.
Yeah.
Good night. Thank you very much.
See you later. Thanks for coming. Right, I think it's about time. I don't know what about you guys that are listening in the chat there? I mean, I don't know what we've got to talk about. The flat earth shit, and they're going to do what they're going to do. I don't feel part of it, but it's still interesting watching what's going to happen soon. Like, we've been talking about Euclidean geometry. Now, that's been going for thousands of years. Euclid wrote it, right? But he just documented it. He put it down in this method where you can place logical statements together. Now, that logic was already known about, and the actual geometry was already known about. Euclid just found a way to put it into a thing. Now, whether he copied it off somebody else from before him and just renamed it, who knows? But it's as natural as reality is. Obviously, these Euclidean principles have been based upon reality, and they can relate to reality. Always have done, always will do. Nothing's ever going to change. You're dealing in the lands of fantasy if you're trying to stray from that. My whole point when I first came into this was why aren't people discussing that? Why aren't they? And it seems like 4 or 5 years later, they might just get around to doing it. But to be honest, I can't see it happening. If you do want to come and talk about it, this On the Level Discord server is probably the only place that you're going to be able to do that. Right. Might come back live tomorrow if you want us to hang out for an hour or so. I don't know what we're going to be doing, but it'd just be chatting like this sort of stuff. You guys are up for that? Want to go over a few things? Get involved a bit more? Let us know. If Sean Hawkins, if you're out there, or if anybody knows Sean Hawkins, if you can comment on Sean Hawkins' channel or whatever. Flatzoid's going at him pretty heavy. It's about time Sean Hawkins had his say. We've been trying to get us an exclusive with him about the his Polaris challenge. Maybe he can shed some light onto the circle of the GP of Polaris and how that relates to the positioning of his challenge and all of that. Who knows? There's geometric questions. How do you step outside the bounds of Euclidean geometry to prove anything? Another strange thing. Okie dokie. Thank you very much, guys. And thanks, Gauds, for the super chat as well. Forgot to say that. Thank you, guys. And we will be back maybe tomorrow. Oh. Anybody got any requests for Buster? What we got?
You don't understand.
Yeah, there's loads of them. I've got about 8 of them. What have we been talking about? Oh, we got Brenda. Do you want to hear Brenda? Brenda always does this sort of weird shit. More than Charles. Do you know it's Charles? No. We'll have this one. Sorry to put you through this, but maybe see you tomorrow. Probably definitely back on Friday.
So Euclid is a fantasy model. Bev is model afflicted.
Well, it's wrong.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy model. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look.
Well, it's
over.
wrong.
Yeah, we're probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's
Mathematical
wrong
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What, Euclid's Elements are wrong?
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like you've just
on
said
a
it
surface,
3 or 4 times there. But how is it wrong? You just say in that Euclid's Elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry is wrong. Brenda.
Right.
This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. How you're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
Hyperbolic geometry is not the same, right, as reality.
Okay, well, that's good.
However,
you did say it was in reality, though. So where would you find that?
It's a better description of reality than
Well,
Euclid.
it's wrong.
It's better.
What?
Do you have like the book on hyperbolic geometry with the author's name and all the definitions and axioms and all, or do you just add it on as book 16 to Euclid? Like, what's going on?
Well, it's wrong.
So general relativity. So Euclid is a fantasy model. So Euclid is a fantasy. That is model afflicted.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy model. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look over.
Well, it's wrong.
So Euclid is a fantasy model.
That's child abuse.
Please don't be model afflicted like Brenda.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
You are model afflicted.
Euclid is fantasy.
That's child abuse.
But space-time geometry is real. Wow, Brenda, you outdid yourself.
I have in my imagination land, trying to focus. Right? If I use Euclidean geometry
That's child
to
abuse.
describe reality, I have in my imagination land, which is real.
It's inherent in nature.
Well, it's wrong.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't.
I don't understand the doublespeak. I don't understand the contradictions.
I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism, because that's what logic is.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms. Well, it's by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination. I'm not sure that I would call myself a dilethist. I don't understand diletheism. Well, it's in my imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination.
Can you explain to us why they disagree?
That's child abuse. That's child
Because
abuse.
it turns out I can just bend it in my imagination. Space-time is non-Euclidean.
Well, it's wrong.
Euclidean.
Yeah.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
It's not my problem that you don't learn. You're just on your own.
Well, if the current, so if the plane is saddle-shaped, so I can just bend it in my imagination. If the plane is if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda.
You think things are double-speak, but that's because you don't understand. Well, if the plane is curved, so I can just bend it in my imagination. If the plane is saddle-shaped, if the plane is if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
it's not a plane then, Brenda.
Yeah,
this is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on, you've got to do better than that. How you're not going to sell many globes talking like that?
So I can just bend it in my imagination. It's obvious
Up your game, Brenda.
No, I have.
You're meant to be an expert at this, aren't you? Aren't you one of the best?
No, so I can just bend it in my imagination. Well-known mistakes.
Well, it's wrong.
I just understand.
It's wrong.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn.
It's inherent in nature.
Yeah. That's what it is. They need Euclidean geometry to do all their stolen concept shit.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
As a front.
You're just on your own.
But in the back they're doing their magic globe shit.
No logic, no answers to question.
Their magic globe shit.
You're just on your own.
Yes, that's what logic is.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms.
Reality, yeah.
It's inherent in nature. That's a quote.
Transcendental, relating to the spiritual realm.
If you read the second one, that's interesting.
Kantian philosophy. Is that what you're after? You like a bit of Kant? Presupposed and unnecessary to experience a priori. I think we say that a lot. Is that a better way of saying it? A priori.
Oh, Immanuel Kant introduced that kind of language. Well, actually, people have been talking about it before that, but he was the big man in the block.
The old philosopher.
Come to find out, that quote that I just
It's
inherent in nature.
Oh, was it?
Ah, yeah.
No way. Kant said that Euclidean geometry was what's that?
It's inherent in nature. Inherent in nature, yeah.
Well, it's wrong.
That's a tough
many
one.
people seem to quote Kant or whatever to saying that reality is obviously and clearly Euclidean.
Yeah,
that's child abuse. That's child abuse.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
Because I do actually teach my son geometry. So when you say we,
that's child abuse. That's child abuse.
What, teaching my child geometry?
What? Yeah.